Pleasant good morning. My name is Priscilla Liebert Calder. I am the event coordinator here at the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. And on behalf of Dr. Tendai Ndora, our regional director, I would like to welcome you to our last workshop for 2020 on NJ State Certification and Private Contracting. This is a workshop, I think we do it either twice or 4 times a year. It's a very popular one, so we're glad that you took the time out to join us today. For those of you who are not familiar with the SBDCs, which stands for the Small Business Development Center, we are a resource center for the SBA, and we are a premier provider of business training and technical assistance services, and we provide those to individuals who are seeking to start a business, and we also provide them to establish small businesses here throughout New Jersey, in particularly those in Essex County. We are one of 12 centers in the NJSBDC network, each center being responsible for one or more county. And our center is hosted by the Rutgers Business School and funded through a partnership agreement between the SBA, Rutgers University, and the New Jersey Business Action Center. The goal of our SBDC is to help entrepreneurs and business owners start and grow successful and sustainable small businesses. And we do this through providing one-on-one business consulting, training, and technical assistance programs, such as the webinars and workshops you're attending here today. To take advantage of the service of the SBD, you simply need to get in contact with your local SBDC. And you can simply do that in 2 ways. You can either visit our headquarters website at njsbdc.com. And of course, you'll be able to find your county, select that, and it will direct you to the website for your specific county. Or you're free to go through our website, which is at the bottom of this slide, www.rnsbdc.com. And at the top of the tab, just click Request Counseling, or on some website, it will say Get Started, and simply fill out a form. It's as simple as that. Just provide us with some basic information about yourself or your business, and within 24 to 48 hours, you will be assigned a consultant who would reach out to you to do an assessment or counsel you based on the area that you selected that you needed assistance with. We have many consultants with expertise in different areas. It can be if you need help with marketing. It can be if you need help with procurement, government contracting, import and export, real estate. We have people that also need help, of course, with accessing capital. You need help with your business plan. We have whatever the area of expertise that you need. We have a consultant in that area. If it's not even at our particular center, we do exchange expertise across centers. So just feel free to take advantage of that service. It's at no cost to you. It's paid for by your tax dollars. You just simply complete that form and agree to some of our agreements there regarding confidentiality. It is confidential. Your information is not shared with anyone unless it's someone that's assisting with your particular situation. So simply, again, visit our website, www.rnsbdc.com, to take advantage of that. For the benefit of those attending today's webinar, audio has been muted, so please feel free to post your chats via the Q&A feature. There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be quite a few of us on today's workshop. And so maybe at some point, if you're asking questions and we're unable to understand the gist of what you're asking, we may enable your microphone just so you have an opportunity to ask your question and give us a little bit more clarity. So in that case, we do ask that if we give you access to unmute yourself, that you remember to mute yourself back so we don't have any feedback interrupting the workshop. A copy of the presentation slides from today, along with a video recording of the webinar, will be emailed out. And this is usually done within 48 to 72 hours. It usually takes some time for the video to be edited. It's usually uploaded to YouTube and it stays up for about 90 days. So you'll get an opportunity to go back and review the video at your leisure. Okay, so it is now my pleasure to introduce to you our presenter for today, Jeannie Rock Bailey. Jeannie is the founder and owner of Rock Bailey Enterprises, Inc., a human resource company here in New Jersey. She is also our superstar SBDC certification consultant here at NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark, and an HR consultant. So many of you, if you are familiar with her center, some of you may have spoken to her at some point if you had HR issues or if you came in for your your WMBE or your MBE certifications. So I'm going to let Jeannie use the opportunity to tell you a little bit more about herself and get into today's presentation. We will be joined, and I apologize I don't have his picture up here, but we will be joined by Mr. John Cronin, the certification auditor for the state of New Jersey. And in the last hour of today's workshop. And usually I love to have John with us because guess what? He's the person that says yay or nay when you submit those applications. He's the one that approves or rejects your application. So it's a good opportunity to get your answers, get your questions answered by the source. So he'll join us for a little bit after lunch. We'll take a few breaks, but that's about it. So without, if there's no questions for me at this time, I will just turn this presentation over to Ginny.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on, guys, 1 minute. Just trying to get it up. Can everybody see the screen?
Yeah,
Priscilla?
yeah, you're good. Your presentation is up now.
Good morning, everyone. And like Priscilla said, this is our last presentation for certifications and registrations for the year. And I was sharing with Priscilla that I thought this was an excellent time for me to go over some best practices that I've learned throughout the year in regards to certifications and registrations and what the clients experience and what you can do with your certification. As Priscilla said, you are going to get a copy of this. So if I go on a little further, or if you have questions, I welcome them because this is a program that you're going to get. You also get some time with me afterwards. But I think that since this is the last program, and since there are so many things going on in the certification and registration world, even during this pandemic, I wanted to take the opportunity to just go through a list of them. And if you have questions, I hope Priscilla will help me with them because there's so much that I want to share with you. Like Priscilla said, our schedule for today is I have you until 12:30. John comes in. I'll give you a half hour for a break around 11:30, I guess. No, I think it's 12 o'clock. Um, and I will be here to answer any questions. I am not going to take a break, but John is, I don't want to say the man, but John is the person that I work very closely with in regards to certifications and registrations. And I'm going to go into the difference between the two. But John and I have, we have a really good relationship, and it's been cultivated with the fact that I am very serious about getting my clients certified. I will go to the mat for my clients with him. I don't win them all. I don't win them all, but it's not because I didn't try. I want to make sure that my clients are ready to submit their application, which is what I'm going to take you through today. It's more like a boot camp for you, but I want to make sure that when you submit your application, either hard copy or online, everything is what he wants. Every document is what the state wants, what it should look like, because we have some concerns with some clients in regards to what their resume should look like, but I know what he's asking for. And it's not just him, what the requirements are looking for. And he's also reasonable and has been a friend to our center and other centers throughout the state for years. So I have learned a lot from him. I have a lot of respect for him. And I feel he has the same for me, because if there is a question, which is so important for all of you to know, if there is a question about the application that you're submitting, that you've submitted, it's much better if you have someone that represents you and follows your application. Because if there is a question about a document that's missing or the content of the document, what I do is I contact John to see what stage the application is in. And if it's at the stage, it's gone through the fiscal audit section. But if it's at the stage where he has a question, I have the opportunity to come back to you and say, look, this is what we need to clean up. You who are going to submit your application on your own, in the absence of knowing what the question is or what document was missing, the state sends out an email called additional information. It's called they call it an AI letter. And it spells out the information that is missing, or the document that is missing, or the content of a profit and loss statement that is missing something. You have 30 days to respond to that letter. And so often what's happening with many of my clients, not many of them, but a lot of them, is that the 30 days comes and goes. And on the 31st day, your application is kicked out of the system and you have to start all over again. So it's really important that you follow what they're looking for, even if you don't use a consultant from SBDC to help you. If you submit it on your own, have a tickler that says, a week out, I should call the state and find out the status of my application, and he will tell you. So I wanted to let you know that John is available. He'll be here. And if you have questions for him, please do so, because he is between our center and the legislation that mandates what we should do. So it's really good to have a friend on that side. The other thing I wanted to share with you is that throughout this year, which has been, different, I have certified more businesses than before. More businesses see the value of getting their state certification than they've done in the past 3 quarters. And so then I ask why. I know with my clients, I ask them to live through this pandemic, but work on 2021. If you live through it, and make sure that whatever revenue you're generating right now, you can keep that going, but project what you're going to do in 2021, then that gives them the opportunity to also look at what might be available to them in those municipalities, those cities in the state that they can either bid in or send their or upload their certification to the municipality or the city to make sure that they're included in the decisions that are made about the services that they have to offer. And that's key. That's very key, because if you're not, then they don't know you exist. And I'm going to go into that a little bit further. This certification and registration that we will be focusing on is only for-profit businesses. It's not for nonprofits. And I consult the nonprofits on an area of how to run a business, but we cannot submit an application. It's just for nonprofits. It's just for for-profit businesses. But I think for those nonprofits, not nonprofits that are business-like, it is important for them to know what kinds of information the state is looking for, because so often those nonprofits can form a for-profit arm. And so at that point, you can come back to us and we can talk to the state about how to make that happen for you. But my focus is on revenue generating businesses that fall under the category or the organizational structure of corporations, SRC, limited liability, partnerships or single member, and sole proprietorships. And as we go through this webinar this morning, you'll see when to use those specific titles. The state's not interested in whether you call yourself chief operating officer, whether you call yourself executive director, even though I won't use that title. The state is interested in presidents, managing members, and owners. Those are the three titles based on the organizational structure that drives this application and that drives this opportunity. It's just those three categories. And without knowing that and submitting your application, the state will bounce it back. It's not going to deny you, because they're going to tell you this is what you need to do. But why take the chance? Most of the people who submit an application for a certification have something in mind. I'm going to get to that. They either have an RFP that they're interested in and want to know if they can participate, or they have an opportunity in the private sector where they know that if they're certified, they have a better chance of getting what it is they want, because that organization wants to include minority women, business owners, minority business owners, and small businesses in their category of doing businesses with businesses that are doing business with businesses that are certified. That's key. But it takes a lot of due diligence on your part. And I'm going to get to that. My best practices for the year are, and this usually comes at the end, but so much is going on that I wanted to make sure that if we ran out of time, I gave this to you. When you're completing your application, and it is my intent to have you complete most of it today, in addition to the fact that I will be sending out hard copy applications to each person that's signed up for our webinar today, because you cannot find the documents online. And I use those hard copy applications with my clients so they can complete them and use them as a guide when they apply online through the portal. Because so often our business documents are together. They're not together. And that's one of my first best practice recommendations to each one of you who are interested in applying for a certification or registration. Be prepared. Have your certificates of formation. You don't need your business registration certificate, but you need your certificate of formation, your taxes, your resume, a lease, or a mortgage statement, etc. you need those documents ready to upload. One of the main reasons is because the online portal times out so quickly. You have to learn how to navigate it, or it times out and you have to start all over again. In some instances, because I do a lot of the uploads for the clients, in some instances I see where it saves the information, and others I see where it doesn't. Um, and that has a lot to do with the fact that even though more people are going online to apply for the certification, it's still kind of new for the state because we focus so much emphasis on the hard copies. But like so many changes, we're going online to complete these certifications. I'm smiling because I don't want to get ahead of John's presentation. We were told last year that they were going to keep the hard copy applications and the online portal. I don't know whether it was the pandemic and what happened to all those hard copy applications that sat in Trenton waiting to be reviewed for months because we had to shut down. And I think at some point they were about 3 months behind. And some of you who applied at that time might have remembered that you wanted to know what was the status. Well, they immediately went on, they immediately went remote and had to focus on the online applications because they couldn't get to the hard copy applications. So I don't know if that mixture of ham and eggs made them decide that, you know what, let's go online for everything. You've heard it here first because it hasn't been publicized yet. And I don't know when it's going to happen. And I don't know whether John's going to talk about it today, but the state's going online. And I want to prepare you for that. And I also want to make available to you for those who have challenges with navigating online portals. I want to make it easier for you to be able to be a part of this if you don't have access to someone who can help you by using a hard copy application. Even though the application does not mirror the online portal, it asks the same questions. So you'll be able to answer those questions and just seamlessly move through the process. So I think that's important because I still have a number of clients who prefer to send their applications in to the state office. I'm not saying that they're not going to accept them now. They will let us know when the transition is going to take place. But I want you to know that you have a friend at the Rutgers-Newark SBDC, and I'm sure the other SBDCs have them too, where we have copies of the hard copy application. So what are those applications? That's a small business enterprise registration application. It is a minority business, women business, together the minority women business enterprise certification. It's the veteran registration, and it's the disabled veterans application as well. So we have them available for you. And if there's any questions about the direction in which we're going, you can always contact our office and see if you can make an appointment with me. You'll be able to, and I can take you through, navigate you through some of the questions, some of the snags that you might find online to get you to your goal. So a change is coming. Another best practice that I want to share with you is for so many of the clients who are not construction or construction related companies, when you get to the question on the application that asks for construction codes, you leave it blank. You don't know that it is a requirement to fill out at least one code for each code that's requested or required. So those codes are the NACE codes, the NIGP codes, and the construction codes. So NACE codes are national codes. You only find them on the SBE application because it's a national application, which means that companies from all over the country are looking at those SBEs if they want to do business in the state of New Jersey, but don't want to put a facility here. So they will contact John and say, oh, I'm bringing a business in. I want to know if you have a food truck. Do you have a, John, I'm saying this because I have a client who's a food truck, but do you have a restaurant, a mobile restaurant? And so then he can go and say, yes, they're SBE registered. Yes, they were vetted, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the advantage of being certified. You're vetted by the state, which basically says that the basic and fiscal information about your company was approved by the state of New Jersey. And that eliminates not a major portion because the vendor or the prospective company has their own specific questions about the service, but eliminates a lot of questions about whether you're viable and legal to work in the state of New Jersey. So that gives you a competitive edge. But you also want to make sure that you're a part of that you understand what your goals are for this registration or certification. So I have clients that will say, well, should I really get it? Why should I get it? I don't know. I'm in education, I'm X, Y, and Z, whatever. Unless you really have a clear goal of how this certification can assist you in moving your own needle, whether it's revenue generating, whether expanding your own services, whether it's being a part of a selected group, and I'll say quote unquote, of certified minority women-owned businesses, etc. Wait, wait a minute. Because this is no walk in the park to get these documents together to make sure that you're going to be certified. And so my question to those clients are, if you choose to certify and if you choose to participate in these opportunities that can come from certification, you've got to consider where you're going to upload your certificate. Where are you going to upload your certification so you can be seen? I wish I could tell everybody that once you get certified, people are going to be banging on your door looking to work for you. It doesn't happen. Looking to work with you. It doesn't happen that way. You still have to do a lot of the legwork. So then the question is, I'm going to jump down a little on my list of things I want to share. The question is, how am I seen? Regardless of what your service is, how can people find me? So I ask my clients to do a few things. I ask them to register with the New Jersey START program, NJ START. And interestingly enough, you don't have to be certified to register with NJ START, but again, you have to be prepared. Have your documents ready because they ask questions. They ask for your EIN, your employer identification number, also known as your FEN, Federal Employee Identification Number. They may ask for your business registration certificate. Have that ready so you can give them your certificate number. They may ask for some other information about your business. Have those documents ready. And I also suggest to my clients that you have a file in your system that's a certification file for each designated program that you apply for. Because then when it comes to renewal, you already have the documentation. All you have to do is upload the information, change the date, change the fiscal information, and move on. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, especially when it comes to your codes, okay? I also, not only do I ask them to register with the NJ START, which I am finding to be a real asset for so many companies because they send them requests for proposals. They send them opportunities, and some of them are off. Some of them are so far away from your codes. And so then I ask, what were your codes? Take a look at your codes again to see why you were sent something about window cleaning when you're not in window cleaning. Something triggered it. Because as you prepare to identify your codes, what I recommend to everybody is use the drop-down menu to see how many services are under that one code. That could be the reason why, because they lumped them together. That could be the reason why you get miscellaneous requests for proposals or miscellaneous announcements of opportunities. It's not because you chose the wrong code. It's because that under that code you chose may be something that equals that. I don't question it. I just ask my clients to, as your business grows or as your services change your codes. I ask my clients to have primary and secondary codes. And you need that so often when you're uploading your application, because if you just have the 12 or 6 based on the category of what they're giving you, allowing you to have, so often you can go into the system in the section and the code won't be there. And you're like, what happened to the code? You don't have time to think about it. Just go to one of your secondary codes and uplift it. Because I am a strong proponent also that if the state gives you 6 opportunities for NACE codes, the national codes, then do your darndest to get 6. Because that just expands your opportunity to be seen by a broader group of contractors, private sector, or companies of interest to see your company. If it gives you an opportunity to have 12 codes for construction or NIGP, which are the New Jersey commodity codes, have 12. And one way to do it, I'm going to go deeper in this later, there's one way to do it is think about identifying your codes as you would think about how to design your website. Use action words, use words that are similar to what you do to drive people to your website. That's a little tip of how you identify the codes. So I wanted to make sure that you had that. And also, I think that anyone who I helped to get a certification, because I'm just helping you, should do a deeper dive and how to use it prior to the certification coming, or in addition to completing the application. One of the ways that you can do it is that you could look at 5 counties in the state of New Jersey. This is a state certification. Select 5 counties. I recommend that you select counties that have robust activity, whether it's building roads, building condominiums. Now in the pandemic, it's a little different, but I still offer this as a recommendation. Select 5 counties, and in those counties, select cities or municipalities that you want to do business with. So you could select Essex County, Montclair, West Orange, Morristown, and you could select those cities and upload your certificate to those municipalities or cities or counties. And one thing that I'm working on right now, so often is the counties and municipalities and cities will share an application. But it's not 100%. It's not all the time. And you don't know it until you get into the process. So I'm working on a little project that I can identify those counties that will accept identify the counties that will accept a city and municipal application. So you know that if you register with one, then it'll share it with the others. And what happens is that that's another opportunity for your business to not only be seen by local and county operatives that are doing business in their county, municipality, or city, but it also gives you an opportunity to be on their list of certified vendors. And it's a missed opportunity for so many people, only because you don't know about it. Not because you wouldn't do it, it's because you don't know about it. So I'm telling you now that that is an opportunity for you to move your needle by being on these vendors lists. Another opportunity is for some municipalities, they have business improvement districts, business improvement zones. And these aren't state sanctioned. These are designed and developed by the municipality or the city. And I would suggest that you find out if, especially your local city or municipality, because they like to do business with their constituents, even the Chamber of Commerce, which is it's a hefty fee. So go to all of their functions and have your card or capability statement available so people can see where you are. But it is living through this situation and working on 2021. That's how you move the needle. Because as I said, I have so many businesses that are interested in being certified, and how we can do that and how I can help them do that. So I know that even though maybe gloomy, people are still either adhering to their growth plan or their business plan, or see that as entrepreneurs, you have to look at what is available to you at a given time and what may be available to you going forward. And when I make these recommendations, it's not that I'm looking at a political situation. I'm looking at what has already been approved that hasn't been canceled, that people are looking at to continue to do business in the state of New Jersey. So I also have the fortune of having a firm that works on tri-state and other domestic certification opportunities. And I can also say that my my request for certifications in the state of New York has grown tremendously. And if you are certified with the state of New York and you want to do business, so you're certified and registered in New York, but have a certification in New York with the city or state, you more state than city, because we don't honor their city certifications. The state doesn't, because New Jersey feels as if they don't vet their businesses good enough for us to accept their certifications. So you have that kind of, you have that kind of stuff going on too, but you want to be prepared. So you do your diligence ahead of time. But for those who are certified in New York, want to do business in New Jersey, you register as a foreign company. I fast track the application because you're already certified, which includes we complete the fast track New Jersey application, attach your New Jersey certificates. And if you are pending any kind of contract, whether you're New York based, want to work in New Jersey, or New Jersey based, and you need to be certified because you have a contractor, a vendor, or an opportunity, or the lowest bidder on an RFP, you want to make sure that you let your consultant know, because you can fast track the application, which basically means that The state wants you to get this business if you need your MBE, so it moves you to the top of the list. So that's important to know too. So you can use that not as leverage, but use it to advance your opportunity to get this contract, because the state wants you to get this. So I've done a number of those this year as well, because people realize that they've done their due diligence, but they just need that push. And so that's another, that's another way where you can you can capitalize off of your certification. And a capability statement, and then I'm going to go into the program for you. But a capability statement is not required by the state. And for those of you who don't know what a capability statement is, it's really a sophisticated business card, because it doesn't ask all the information that a resume would. And I offer this because as you're out there promoting your business, you can give a business card. And people say, oh, thanks, put it in their coat pocket, put it in their card case, or you share it through your mobile. But when you have a capability statement, which could include your mission, vision, and value statement, include your DUNS number, your NACE codes, and I even go, especially if it's a local networking opportunity, include your NIGP codes, and you can include the services that you provide, and you can also include some clients. It takes you to another level with the person that you're talking to, because you've answered a lot of questions for them. So that eliminates that initial email, or that initial, and it eliminates that, that phone call or that WebEx that says, let's get to know each other. You're knowing me now by looking at my capability statement. The only caveat to that, though, is that you have to keep it updated. And so some clients have capability statements for major services that they provide. There is no legal requirement on how you put it together, what the content looks like, but the content should reflect what the service you're offering. Now, I have my clients laughing because I'm always telling them that I don't leave a cent on the table. If I have an opportunity to break a deal, make a deal, I'm gonna find a business to partner with so we can get it. And I use a capability statement to do that. And you can also look at other ways that you can encourage traffic to your website by putting key things on your capability statement. For further information, check out our website. It can be any shape or size, but it sets the business, especially the small business owner, it sets us apart from our competitors, especially on the private sector, because the private sector is looking for a more sophisticated resume, looking for a CV. So they really focus in on a capability statement. I'm not saying others won't, but I can only talk through experience. And this is where you bring out your good paper. I mean, you bring out your watermark paper, and you print your capability on that. And at our center, we can help you put that together as well. Because our goal is to make sure that you're successful and make sure that we provide you with the tools to be successful. So I wanted to make sure that I went over these best practices with you before I got into the program, because I think that this, hopefully this will help you focus in on why you're here today, why you want to participate in this. And this program is for every organizational structure. I have a number of sole proprietors who are certified. I have more LLC single members than LLPs. And I have more corporations and professional corporations like accountants, um, who recognize that being a part of this program gives them more leverage than if they weren't. So I don't know if there's any questions, but we're certainly here to answer them. So the overview of this presentation is, let me check to see if any questions are. No, good. Um, the overview of the program is really to provide you with detailed information about how to navigate through these opportunities. And you're gonna get this presentation, but I know this by heart. It's the last one of the year. I've done 4 of them, and I live this. You wanna make sure that as you complete these documents, especially your MBE and your WBE and your MWBE, as you complete them, you have a third eye that's looking at what you're doing. Because this is not a time for a not applicable, unless it's not applicable. Because a question that's not answered can be perceived by the reader that you didn't want to answer it. So you want to make sure that you have a third eye that looks at the application, or that you're not real tired, because you don't want to miss it. So we're going to go over the small business enterprise registration, which I told you is for small businesses, and by definition of the state, it's 100 and below. And everybody that participates in any of these programs has to include themselves as a full-time employee. So, because it's going to ask you, how many full-time employees do you have? I'm thinking about if it asks for part-time. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. But it's definitely going to ask you if you're full-time. And yes, you have to be full-time for the programs except the SBE. I'm going to tell you why. And you have to generate revenue. The Small Business Enterprise Registration Program, and let me share that these programs are all over the country. These small business registration programs, even though they're mandated differently, they exist so that small businesses have an opportunity to participate in procurement activities, and they have an opportunity to be seen. It is not dictated by any gender or ethnicity or race. It is dictated by small business, the fact that you're a small business and that you're registered in the state of New Jersey, that your employer identification number is clean. And I say clean for a variety of reasons. Sometimes sometimes IRS makes mistakes, believe it or not. Sometimes I've had instances where the IRS has made a mistake. And what I recommend as another best practice, I'm going to go over to that list, is that prior to you engaging in this application, test your EIN number and make sure that there's nothing holding you back. And it just could be, not just, but it could be an annual filing. And I'm going to put this out there now. There is a Gov2Go app, GOV2 GO app, that will remind you of when your annual reports are ready and other information about your state business. So you want to download that app. And it saved me this year during this pandemic, because I was not thinking about my annual report. But suffice it to say, I had some other things on my mind. And when I got the alert, I remember it was the middle of the night. I got the alert, I went on, I paid, and I was able to sleep. Because even this, something as what one might think is minute, can stop you from from progressing. And as soon as you pay your annual report, we wait a day or two, we go on, and we start all over again. So it's a small business enterprise certificate, the veteran or disabled registration, their registrations, because it's not based on ethnicity or gender. You register as a disabled veteran or a veteran-owned business. We ask for the DD-214 for the veteran-owned business, and we ask for that plus a letter from Veterans Administration saying that you are disabled, and the minority women business enterprise. Let me just check to see. There are questions here. Check and see. Um, I'm gonna read it out loud, unless I see it's personal kind of my company. I have my own LLC registered in New Jersey, but I also work as a part-time employee for a WMB firm in New York. Can I file my company for a WMBE certification in New Jersey, New York? You can file, obviously, in New Jersey, and you can file in New York, but I want to talk to you about the particulars, okay? Because in regards to the status of your company, you're a foreign company for the state that you don't have your business in. And they ask for a little bit more. So the answer to the question is yes, but it's so interesting. New Jersey says that can't take New York because they don't vet well. And New York says, well, I need a little bit more from New Jersey. So there are more particulars. But to answer your question, I'm going to say yes for the state of New Jersey, and I'd want to give you a little bit more information about New York and what New York entails, because my focus really is on New Jersey, but I can certainly give you some best practices in that. So that's where our presentation is heading.
Jeannie, did you
Yes,
just check in? Did you answer the question about can former felons get certified?
I'm sorry.
There was a question that says, can former felons get certified?
Yes, they can. I smile, and I'm sorry I didn't see it. And thanks, Priscilla. Help me out here. So yes, former felons can be certified, and I smile because I have several, and and they're doing very well. Also, Rutgers had a program. It was called the Rush program, and you can look into that to see if it's still available. But yes, former felons can be certified. I have a company in East Orange. Not only is he doing very well, but during this pandemic, he exceeded his uh, 2019 revenue during the second quarter of the pandemic because of his service. And also I have found, and I'm not going to belabor this, but I have found that I have found out the documents and everything for everyone has got to be in order. And I or another consultant can help you put that together. But to answer your question, yes, former felons can be registered, can be certified in the state of New Jersey. You go through the same process. Okay. So yes,
There's one
thanks.
more. I'm so sorry.
But no problem, no problem.
Kevin Gleaton asks, can you also help with Port Authority certification? And that's
Not through the state of New Jersey. We have to have a sidebar chat on this. Port Authority, I take a deep breath because Port Authority is registering business because of the renovation of Terminal A. No, we don't do this at the Small Business Development Center because it's not, at least I haven't done it. I haven't been approved to do it because it's not a New Jersey state certification. But I can tell you that so much of the information that's required is also required. That's required for a New Jersey state certification is required for a Port Authority certification, especially for the airport, the ACDBE. So no, we don't do it here, but I can make sure that I can provide you with some folks that can help you do that. Is there anything else, Priscilla? No? Okay. So the small business, the SBE application, we mocked up one for you. because, and this is an older version of it, but it asks for the same question. One thing that's really cool about the SBE application and why we get so many applicants for it is it's not generated, it's not motivated because of revenue. Again, I said it before, we put the gross revenues in for the 3 years. And for an SBE online, you would have to do that to move the application because the system won't move without that. But the contact information that it requires is, as stated above, if you're doing business at another location, another address, which is not the address that you registered the business, it gives you the opportunity to put both addresses in. And that's on every application. The content information or the contact information on every application is the same. Online, you do it once, but it's the same. You don't have to have a web page. You don't have to have a fax, but you better have an email because that's how they are communicating with the applicant. And this is throughout the applications. If you're a sole proprietor, an owner, you can only use your social security number. If you're a corporation or an LLC, LLP, president or managing member, use your federal employer identification number. Don't use your social security number. Use your FIN. You have it, use it. Each application, if you're so fortunate to submit a hard copy, that's why I'm showing this, allows you to give a blurb about your company. On the portal side, it's 255 characters. On the application, it's a very small space. So I ask people to be succinct and how they're describing their business, and make sure that you include the services that you provide. I equate it to the about me on a web page. Just take out some of the fluff and give them the information about the business. You don't have to include when you started. You don't have to include your feelings or directions. Just get right to the service that you provide. Okay. On this, it asks for your NAICS codes. And here on this application, because it's really interesting, and this is a reason why I kept this in, just to show the growth. It only asked for one NAICS code when this came out. Now you have the opportunity to present 6. And that gives you the opportunity to present 5 of those NAICS codes that reflect your most revenue generating service, or 3 of them, and 3 secondary. It gives you that opportunity. And it also shows the growth of the number of businesses that are participating in this, because that's what generates these NAICS codes. What businesses are participating and what services, the additional services, are participating. So you want to make sure that you, I'm going to census.gov to get the information, and I tend to use the 2017 census because it's still updated. Other people go to other sites to get their census data, but I know that when I do census.gov and it takes me to 2017, I look at the bottom of the page and it says it's updated. And it's not by quarter. I want to think it's by quarter, but I've seen where it's been in between a quarter. But that's the application. That's the site that I use. And with this application, and this is seen on the portal, it asks key questions about your business in the state of New Jersey. 51% has to be operated in the state of New Jersey, and 51% of the business has to have employees in the state of New Jersey. So, and that also speaks to the other question about New York and New Jersey, um, registering your business in New York if you're in New Jersey and vice versa, because you want to look at those percentages. And any no to those questions will pop you out, okay? It will eliminate you. And then you do have the opportunity to go back and talk to the auditor if you are eliminated. What I don't want my, this is so personal and so possessive, but I don't want my clients to be in the position where they're denied. I'd rather have you rescind your application, let's work on it, than to be denied. Because other questions on other applications will ask you, have you ever been denied? And I don't want you to be in that position. So it's not a mutually agreed upon decision, but I strongly encourage you through the process of what might be missing or what you may not agree with to rescind the application than to be denied. The application also goes to other codes. The one on the bottom of the page was the NIGP codes, and on this page it's the construction and related or construction and non-construction related codes. And so for businesses, most businesses who aren't construction or construction related will say, oh, it's not me, I'm not going to answer it. And what is so interesting is that the listing of construction codes that we had access to online, I can't find it, but I printed it. So there are codes, there are codes that are acceptable, that are generic, but listed as in the construction listing that you can include. And one is communications, whether it's installing communication systems or under professional specialties, use communications. And that's the one, I generally use. And for those businesses that are construction related and you do have access to that document, the last 2 pages are professional specialties in the construction area. And so often people just go to the first 4. Go to the last few pages because you can also see where you can add on to the codes that you included under professional services. Because I'm also one to believe that if you're true to your discipline, then you can consult on it. So I believe that you should have a consulting code, whether it's management consulting, general consulting. Give yourself the opportunity to explain what you meant by consulting to a company or a vendor that's interested in doing business with you, then have them overlook you, think that you couldn't do it. And the codes are expansive enough for you to look at where you could place yourself. So I also recommend to my clients that for those codes that you select, copy them and save them in your certification file because you're going to revisit them. You can also use those codes to expand on how you describe your services. You can use them as marketing tools as well. And I'm going to get into that with the MWBE. So this is really the SBE application in a nutshell. It is the shortest application. It asks for a notary. For my clients, I notarize all the documents for them. And it's so interesting because they say notarize. How do you notarize online? Online, it asks for an attestation statement. And all of this other information that is asked for on this application appears in other ways on the portal. So it's not like they're not collecting the statistical data, but it appears in other ways. So the attestation is notarized and we upload it along with the other documentation. Is there a question? Just check. what percentage of the state projects in New Jersey goes to specifically to women, minority-owned business in New Jersey? I have heard that the percentage is higher in New York compared to New Jersey. I can't speak to New York, but what I can say is that the percentage varies in the state of New Jersey, and you can look and you can ask the question for the projects, the state projects, but I know that the percentage may vary. So I don't want to hone in on them. What I ask my clients to do is I ask them to bring me a contract that they're interested in, even if they're not interested in even if they're not interested in participating in that actual contract, but you want to develop a template around it. I ask them to provide the document to me so I can do the research, because I don't want to be off. It's too important. And another thing that John's going to talk about this afternoon is that New Jersey does not have a set-aside program. The set-asides are only in the SBE. So it varies in the percentages. So I don't want to give an actual percentage. And one of the reasons why I hesitate to do it is things change. I mean, suffice it to say that that question I can provide to you, that answer to the question I can provide to you based on contracts and what's in a contract. The veteran-owned business registration, who qualifies as a veteran, it's listed there. I have to add to this, the requirements for the VOB and the disabled vet application are the same, except they're asking for a DD 214 and what's my time? And a disabled veteran, a letter from veterans to say that you're disabled. What I found very interesting about this is that I had a friend actually who was in the National Guard, and he didn't feel that he was qualified. It says it there, but so many people are not, they don't know about these programs. And so he was able to get the revenue he needed to purchase a home because he was a National Guard. May not have the same requirements as someone who's been in active duty or served in the military, but he was able to participate. And that application basically looks the same as the SBE. Then I also ask my clients to take a look at the section over here, do not write in this space, because it gives you the other opportunities that one could have to apply for a certification, whether it's state certified or whether you see the New York, New Jersey Port Authority, the SBDC's other, NJT, New Jersey Transit, New Jersey Department of Transportation, SBA. It gives you other referring agencies where you could have an opportunity. So it says, do not write in this space, but it doesn't say do not look in it. And I tell them, however I can help you on the state side, I will do it on the New Jersey state side. I will do that to help you move your needle, expand your services, increase your revenue. And when you think about the stimulus packages that came out, regardless of what you think about them, you think about, the end result of who got what. It was a lot of our clients many of our clients were successful in getting dollars because they had their paperwork together. They had so many of their documents together. and in some instances, it might have surpassed their actual need, but because they were able to provide the documents that they wanted, they were able to participate. So that's why it's so important to make sure that you have your information in a place where you have easy access. Now, I truly believe that, some other money is coming on the Fed side. You're going to have to wait, but this is an opportunity to let you know about New Jersey. It's NJEDA. They let out opportunity for small businesses in the state of New Jersey. Comcast has a program called RISE, capital RISE, which is very new. You can Google it and then it'll take you right to the page. I had some people go to the Comcast webpage and it was like a little confusing for them. But these are the kinds of programs that, that can help you move your needle. And I think based on my relationships, I think that there are going to be more companies that are going to have opportunities for small businesses, minority-owned businesses, and women-owned businesses and MBEs than we thought. For a lot of reasons. I mean, it's good for them to do it, and it helps them as well. But it's also good for you to be to be a part of these networking opportunities, and you can research them, the meetups, to be a part of those, to make sure that you get this information, to register with your local SBDC as well as the state SBDC, so you can get the information. Register to SBA, register with organizations in Newark, whether it's just for PR, register with them, register with anchor institutions and where you are so you can get their information. Because like I said earlier, what I've learned, if you don't upload your certification to Rutgers, Prudential, Panasonic, Montclair State, Bloomfield College, see where I'm going with this? They're not going to know you exist. And sometimes it takes, it takes not not a surgeon, but sometimes it takes tenacity to find out how you get to that tab on their site. But always search minority women-owned business, procurement, doing business with women, opportunities. Always search those action words in the search engine so they can bring you to where you need to be. Okay. So like I said, the applications are the same. And what I didn't mention are the ownership and information. It looks a little different now. So I'm waiting till we get to the MBE so you can see how you can navigate through that. But it speaks to not only partners, but it speaks to people who work with you who are at a higher level. And they don't have to have shares in your organization, but people who work with you on a higher level. I'll leave it at that. And again, I'd ask for the same information. On the bottom, it says DD214. The price for these individual applications are $100. But if you do an SBE and a veteran-owned business and an MBE, I think you can get 2 for the price of 1. I'll ask John about doing the veteran-owned business, or someone can, and the MBE if one's free, because that's changed too. For me, that's changed, and I just hate to give information out if it's wrong or not up to date. And John's going to be here so you can ask the question. So this basically speaks to who's eligible, what kind of information that you must provide to the state on your business. And I have to say that there is such a plea for veteran-owned businesses to apply to these programs because they are given an additional consideration because of what they've done, because of their status. So if you know of a person who has an idea of a business and it's a veteran, or who has a business and a veteran, you should recommend them to our office. And we will see that they're filtered either to the right office. But since I work on the state side, I can also take them And stateside meeting, I work for the state SBDC as well as our local SBDC. And I can take them, as a matter of fact, I got about 30 disabled veteran recommendations from Mercer County recently. And, you know, I do the best I can to get them certified and registered. And so often, you know, they just want to be registered because they see the advantage of being registered as a small business enterprise. Let me see if there's any more questions. Good questions. Can you also help with Port Authority certification? I can direct you to the appropriate steps for Port Authority, but I don't do that for the state of New Jersey. I don't do that under the SBDC, but I can help you with that. And this is across the board. Are you required to be in business for 3 years? No, you're not. And this is not on the new application, but what happened was, you know, the state took advantage of the fact that businesses, especially in the tech industry, were making a lot of money out the door. As soon as I started, they put their shingle up and they were making money. So they changed that. And you don't have to be in business for 3 years, but you have to prove that you're generating revenue. And so how do you do that? And this is another reason why I recommend that my clients have a consultant's code, because you have to prove, you have to state, and prove is a different thing, because prove means that you have to show documentation. You don't have to show documentation for this, even in the MWBE. It's going on me having conversations with you with how you generated this revenue. So you have to, through your profit and loss statement, and if you've been in long enough to supply taxes for 3 years, excuse me 1 minute. What you're saying is that through your profit and loss statement, because that is needed during the life of when you complete the application, you prove that you generated revenue for the period. So if you're doing an application now, I'd have it as of September 30th, January to September 30th, and that would be your profit and loss statement. And you prove that you were generating revenue, and you would prove that you, on your balance sheet, that you considered your cash, your expenses to liability to equity. And that's how you're vetted. So I know I'm going on about the 3 years, but there's more to it. There's more to it, and John can go on that as well. I started my LLC in 2018. It has not done any business. It has borne expenses for travel to get businesses. Revenue will be zero. How do I fulfill that requirement on a question? So what happens is, your accountant can write a statement saying that you did not generate revenue. I'm living this right now for 2019. And if you did not make the required amount for you to submit your taxes, the state will take that. I also have written letters because I've gone back and looked at your 2018. If you had expenses but didn't submit taxes, I think the state would want to know how you paid for it. But if you did not generate any revenue, did not have any expenses, and you could prove how you paid for that as well, but the state might ask for a little bit more of information. But it's asking you that question to make sure that it gets enough information on you, because it's all going to be validated during the course of the review. It's all going to be validated. So the answer to the question is yes, you can still be certified if you did not generate revenue. And if you generated revenue in 1 year and not another, like if you did in 2018, if you didn't generate revenue in 2018, and you generated revenue in the last quarter of 2019, I would want a profit and loss statement, and I would want to see your taxes. If you have 2 years where you didn't generate revenue, we would ask for a statement from an accountant to vouch that you didn't do it. And if and I know that John has taken them from me as well. But the beauty, I think, in this is that it gives you the wiggle room to state what happened. I mean, 2018 and 2019 were hard years for a lot of businesses. And so you have the opportunity to do that. And another reason why, you can see the wiggle room for the state is that this year you are not um, required to submit your 2019 taxes until July 1st. And if you have an extension for your taxes, we will accept that as well. So for all the people out there who say, I don't need to get an extension, get an extension. Show us that you got an extension, because he will accept that as well. Um, I want to make sure that I answer all the questions for you. In regards to the paper application, yes. I am going to send out hard copy applications to everyone who participated in this webinar. So you can have them, and then it'll be in your system so you can get them. So you'll get it within 24 hours. Hopefully when you get a copy of the webinar, you'll have your application as well. So I have them ready for you, okay? Priscilla, did I get all the questions? Are you still there? Okay, hopefully if I did. If I didn't, I'll come back. So this is the same. And this is what's so cool about this too. And what's so cool about going online, because you don't have to repeat the codes. It's all there, but it's how they ask for them. That's different online. In completing a hard copy application, you just make sure that your codes are consistent with your SBE, and if you're applying for a veteran, and if you're applying for an MBE or WB, make sure that they're consistent. And it shows here the distribution of names for ownership. And what we're showing here is the percent ownership. So this example is a reflection of an LLP. I think this is an LLP. Let's say it's an LLP, and it shows the distribution of ownership. And for veterans, the veteran must have the controlling interest. I'm going to get into the partnership agreement when we get into the next application. So this is, this is our premier certification for the state of New Jersey. And remember, we don't have a set-aside program. That was outlawed years ago, and John will go into that. It's based on case law. But I know of counties right now that are doing disparity studies, because the goal is, and the governor ran on this, this was part of his goal, was to reinstitute set-aside programs in the state of New Jersey. So the definition of minority owned is included in this, and it's included a drop-down menu on the application, right? And when you complete the application, other is not based on ethnicity. See, these are things that they don't tell you. So you don't want to include other. Other is based on some other business necessity that the state is looking into for the applicant in terms of compliance. So you don't want to stick to other. It's African American, Hispanic, and Asian Pacific Islander. Those are basically the three categories I think that we have. But in the drop-down menu, you'll see it. What I thought was very interesting is a situation that I had where someone of Egyptian descent was applying for a minority business certification and could not get it because Egyptians are not included in this, because where Egypt is placed in Africa. So these are the kinds of nuances that occur for businesses who are right on the cusp of getting a contract. That's why you want to be prepared. You want to do your due diligence before you go out there and say, well, I'm going to get the certification. I know I can get it. Make sure that you're covered. Make sure your FEN's covered, your social security number is covered, your annual reports are done. I also want to add, I can go on and on with this, so that's why we're looking at the time. I also want to add that so often our businesses uh, are required to represent themselves in, I'm going to go through the details on this, through their resume, their identification, what you can choose to have, who you identify as your partner, and what the partnership agreements look like. And we're going to go through that. But it's really important to make sure that you, again, understand why you're completing the certification and the value it can add to your business. If you have a scale and it doesn't show up on your scale, you want to make sure that you think about it again. Okay. And that either you, that you decide to wait to include it or continue. That's not a question. Okay, I answered that one. So these are the definitions of minority women-owned businesses, certified with the state so that the state can accurately and timely assess the shares of procurement activity. This right here is so important now because of the disparity study, because that will allow the state to go back and look at how many businesses participated in this program. So we can use that information to leverage a lot of things. So it's not that it's delving into your personal life. It's asking you to declare yourself as what you are on the application, and that information is used to provide information to private firms and municipalities that we are participating in this program, and that the benefit, because we also look at the total number of people that have been certified. We look at it at our center. I look at ways that I can increase that number, that I can expand the number of people who participate in the program. And again, I have to say the irony of us being remote for this long and this aspect of the business growing shows the tenacity of these businesses who want to be certified, who want to be in the mix. And I'm not one for telling stories, because I always hated it when people did it, like get on with the business. But I have clients that ask about, well, what can I do with my certification? And you look at, and I'm learning and bringing it back. You look at the opportunities that are in the state. You can get an New Jersey Department of Transportation and DBE in the state of New Jersey. And you can get that, you can apply for that in the state of New Jersey. And then there are also other aspects, addendums of that, that you can participate in, that you can apply for. That's crucial. That is crucial, especially for people that are in transportation. And so whether we can help you on the state side of doing it, or I can recommend you to how you go about doing it, or you use that as your consultation, I will help you do it, because it's all about generating revenue. For me, it's all about you making sure that you are in a position where your business is growing and you've made every effort to see that you continue to be in this position where your business is growing. So most people are going after the MWBE and MBE. Let me just see what the questions are, because I promised Priscilla that I was going to answer these questions today. No, the Rutgers-Newark SBDC cannot help you with HubZone, but I can direct you to who can. Did you say you recommend a consultant, code, or coach? I recommend both. Whatever, whatever code that you see fits your your company and your experiences and the services that you provide, do it. Coaches are mainly on, you're a coach mainly in a soft skill. You can be teaching, training and development, those kinds of things. But you can be a consultant in any area: transportation, construction, restaurant, entertainment. You can consult in any of those areas. And we shortchange ourselves as businesses if we don't use those codes, because so often the private sector, this is where I see it the most, is looking for someone that can come in and talk to people about their businesses. They're not looking for you to sell your business. They're looking for, and you can do that while you're consulting, but they're looking for you to talk about how you started your building. That's a consultation. And some of the challenges that you face, that's a consultation, and how you overcame them. That's a consultation. You want to make sure that you put yourself in a position that you have 99% of what a vendor would want reflected in your code. And sometimes you can't find them. And you can't find them because the state and businesses haven't caught up to you. So that's why that's why I recommend you use a consulting code. Yes, you can use a PO box and it's really interesting. You can use it in the DBA. The state has frowned on it, and John can answer this question, as a PO box for where you register your business. You also see here we have a DBA or a TA, doing business as, or a trade name. And so often that's the same address as where you register it. And you know where this also comes in is for a lot of businesses that are online, they'll use a PO box because they don't want the same information coming to the same physical location or to the same UPS address. I know what we're also seeing is more people using sites like Launchpad. NJIT has space for businesses that you can rent. There are other places in I know Essex County that also have started cafes or offsite addresses for you where you can rent. And yes, you can use a PO box for this application. But it's mainly, it can be your mailing address, not where you register the business. Okay. It came up. Is there anything else? Can an owner of a company notarize documents for its company? No, you can't do that. For all of the, it's really unfortunate because owners, I'm an owner. I'm honest. I'm not going to do any harm, but no, you can't do this. And that's why you have an admin. But I don't know if the admin, the admin can do it because I did it. I have an admin who notarized my copies for me and she got it. But see, this is another thing. My admins have their small businesses. They're 1099s, but they have a small business. So I wanted to cover myself. I'm all about covering myself. So this was part of her business. So she was allowed to notarize my document. And I would suggest that, I think I can honestly say this. I would suggest that, you look into who notarizes your documents. I'm very careful about that. That's one reason why I notarize them for my client, because I'll just throw it out. I mean, bank reps turn over too much. And for them to notarize my documents and keep it secure in a bottom drawer, was not a happy thing for me because they make a copy of everything. And then if you go to a mobile notaries are good too, because I promote, I promote several, one in particular, but I promote one because their level of integrity is such that they know how important it is. That notary is money to them. They know how important it is to have the trust of their clients to notarize the documents. So, um, so I would be very careful about who I had notarize the document. But if you have a virtual assistant or an admin, or you can encourage a person in a company, another company to get a notary, I would do that. Especially now, I am so protective of my information, so protective of it, where it's going, my cybersecurity at home, my home-based business. Obviously now, since I'm remote, even though I do have a office, I want everything secure. Um, and I don't notarize friends and friends. It's mainly clients. Um, I did the hub zone. Let me see if there's another one. What if you had to change your business address because you used your home address to register? Will this cause an issue? No, it won't. And this is such a great question because your business, your address in the state should follow your business. And you use an NJ Reg CL form to do it, to change your address. It doesn't hurt your business. In so many instances, it shows growth. Depending on where you're going, it does show growth in the business. Did you say we can use our home mailing address to register a business? Absolutely. You can use your home address. And also another point that I want to share with you is you can be your own business agent. I recommend you be your own business agent. If you use a third party, they're your business agent. And there's a lot of problems with that for me, because so often the third party is the one that's getting the information. And I know of situations with my own clients where the third party was getting the tax information, they weren't. And they ended up paying so much money because there's one thing about starting a business, everything falls on you. So in order to make sure that you know where everything is going, you make yourself your own business agent. And if you register the business with a third party agent, change it. You can change it. You can be your own business agent, registered agent. You can be your own. So, there are unknown challenges and there are known challenges. And a known challenge is having a registered agent who may move around. And so they get the information and you don't. You want to make sure that if there's something going down, you want to know about it first. So you can do that. And so with the home, using your home address, where there's an apprehension, and I'm not saying a challenge, but where there is an apprehension is, depending on your business, you may not want people coming to your home to ask you, hey, you want to talk? We're going to have a consultation. You want to consider that when you use your home address for your business mailing address. And that has been a deterrent for a number of businesses. Ergo USP, ergo's mailbox, etc. Ergo Launchpad and other, other turnkey operations that exist where you can use their address. And I have to tell you, the prices are steep. I have a UPS box, and I find the prices to be steep, but I don't want people coming to my house unless I want them to, or when I have a private session with them. Because in the CERT business, if you've done it, people are working on these late at night, and they got a question, and they see that you're especially if you don't keep your hours up on your Google My Biz. And if you're open all the time, you have to make sure you take care of everything when you have a business and you register with Google My Biz. And your hours are there. They're coming by. So you have to make sure that, you stay on top of everything. But many sole proprietors and LLC, depending on the service that they're offering, use their home mailing address, use their home as their mailing address. And so what that also means is that you're renting a space from yourself. And your home mailing address doesn't mean that for those out there who, may be wondering, well, I don't know. It's not that. It's, where you live. So for this program, if you own your home, you can show your lease. You can show a copy of your mortgage statement as your lease if that address was used as the business you registered as the address you registered the business in. You can use that. So, and the details right now may be like overwhelming, but rest assured that we can maneuver through all of this because you're going to be asked to provide it. So you basically have a lease with your business. You're the landlord and your business is the tenant, even though that's not the lease that I would recommend. It's the lessor and the leasee. And you basically rent your office from yourself. And when you talk to businesses about it, they're like, what are you talking about? But you also want to make sure that you include that space on your taxes, which you do. So the state is looking for that also. And the state is also looking on your Schedule C that you pay rent. And the state is looking for that. Every question that they have that confirms that you're a bona fide business, they're going to look for documentation for it because they're not asking for the documentation. They want to look for it in the documentation that you submit. They ask questions that are relevant to them making a decision in the documentation you submit. Did you say we can use our, oh, I went over that again. Oh gosh. What if you had to change your business? What is the advantage of doing that? And did you say, fine, okay, I get a little punchy on these things. So let me get out of this. You'll see that this application is basically the same. It's the content of the contact information is the same. It's asking you for your county. And this is the information that it asks for you online, and we're going to go through it online. But it's asking you the same information. It's asking you when you started the business, what kind of business it was. And if you are a minority woman business, you check both boxes. Now, what's also interesting is that if you're a sole proprietor or an LLC or a corporation and you're the contact person, you can use the title that you give yourself for the title of the contact person. But as you're completing these applications, you can see that I put the organizational structure on top of each example of what they were looking for. So an owner is a sole proprietor. And so often, and this isn't anything new. When you register the business, it'll also have that information. We just choose to use other titles, which is fine. But so often businesses will stick with the managing member title or the managing partner or president or CEO title for corporations, chief executive officer, chief financial officer, whatever title that you have. It becomes an issue. It becomes an issue or a challenge if you're the chief executive officer. And when it comes to declaring financial investments, your vice president has made more of a financial investment than you have into the business. It's not that you can't be approved. It's just more questions may be asked about that because they're going to ask for financial investments. And so you want to make sure that that you understand why, and you also want to understand um, under the president and CEO and managing member section, managing member, especially in LLP, because I don't ask for partnership agreements, obviously, for LLC, and the state's not asking for an operating agreement or an LLC, which it could. But you want to make sure that you're very clear in your partnership agreement and your articles of incorporation of who does what. You want to make sure that you're very clear in that because questions arise, especially when it comes to finances. So we're going to again look at, because this basically is the most up-to-date application for the MBA-WP. We're going to look at how that's broken down, and its name, your position is managing member, owner, or president. Your group code is based on your ethnicity, and it's a drop-down menu online. And if you're gonna have to get them from me because it's 01 for African American, 02 for Hispanics, 03 for Asian Pacific Islanders. But when in doubt, you can call the office and we'll get it for you. I'll get it for you. And then you have the percent ownership. So in LLPs, I have a percent ownership. In LLCs, I don't. It's 100%. You identify your gender, and you also identify what your citizenship status is. Haven't had any questions about that. Like I said, the only time it came up, 2 times it came up, is when we had a person who was Egyptian who applied, and we knew about it when it came to this part because that was the only piece. And I fought very hard, but can't change the regs. And I had another situation where an applicant wanted to declare himself African American, even though his last name was Asian, but he wanted to declare himself as part of a parent because for him, he was biracial. And that was the only time where the state went with visual observation because they're asking for ID. And I recommend the driver's license, but you can use a passport and you can use other things as you'll see in question 9. But when it's a driver's, it lists the ethnicity and the gender. So that you kill it right there. But it's not that the latter situation did not get certified. He wasn't certified under the terms that he wanted to be. And I had to do some soul searching about that because you don't want anybody to dilute the program. And I don't promote a client if I have that kind of feeling, because if all of my questions aren't answered, you can always submit these on your own and at any point, because I'm going to ask some hard questions too. But that's when it gets down to the goal. What is the goal? What is the goal of you doing it? And if it's to participate in the activities, regardless of what your ethnicity is, then we're going to certify. And then again, here's your codes. Here it asks for, this is another trip up. It asks for current year, last year, and previous year. So for the current year, it's not 2020, it's in 2019. And then it's 2018 and 2017 because you haven't done your 2020 taxes yet. And we'll see 2020 revenue in your profit and loss statement. So we want your 19, 18, and 17 in here if you're doing it before the end of the year. And then there's like a little grace period in the first quarter too, but the state will see your 2020 revenue in your profit and loss statement and your balance sheet. And so there was a question for many, the clients of what is an example of asset. So I put together a list of things, just a few. I'll give you cash, investments, office equipment, machinery, real estate, prepaid expenses, intangible fixed assets, goodwill is an asset, rental property, antiques. So there's a wide range of expenses that be considered assets. And I want you to think about it. And I will go back to the client and say, you can think a little bit more. And I stopped doing it because they weren't getting it. So I just prepared a listing of it. And also with liabilities, accounts payable, interest payments, things that you have. Credit cards could be an asset and a liability, short-term loans. And trust me, they're not asking for, did you get any stimulus money? But if you did and you're completing an application, you want to make sure that you include it. Mortgage payable, capital lease, accrued expenses, equity is common stock, excess of par value, paid in capital interest, accumulated over comprehensive income. So these are examples of what we're looking for. And on each activity, profit and loss and balance sheet, we are not looking to see if your end result is positive, because you can have a negative at the end. We're looking to see that you made revenue and what you did with it. So people say, well, I didn't make it, I'm not bringing home any money. That's okay, you had revenue. And then, I ask people, I go, look at, I can give you another example. We have clients who started their business by selling products in their church. It was great. Every Sunday, holidays, bazaars, they were selling their product. But because they looked at giving their contribution to the church, there was something about that activity where they didn't look at it as being as part of their business. Well, it was. And so, and that's why when you sit down with a consultant about what you're doing, it's time to spill beans. Tell everything about the activities that you're involved in, how you promote your business, because our eye is to convert that to revenue. That's what our intent is, to convert it to revenue so you can actively participate in this program. And so these are just my tips. They're my tips, but they worked for me, worked for the client. And the goal is for you to be an active participant. Active participant in this endeavor. The annual verification for every application is a must. It's not the annual report. It is an email that you get from the state that wants you to attest or verify that there were changes during your year or no changes during their year. For those who have uploaded their application, if you had changes during the year and you uploaded and you applied online, then you can submit the verification online. If you applied a year or two ago and this is your last year, because all applications are 3 years now. So if you do it now, and I'm encouraging people to do it now, because what the change looks like is going to be drastically different. If you do it now, your application is good for 3 years if you verify every year that there's been a change or there has not been a change. If you don't do it, if you forget it, then you have to start all over again. You will be kicked out of the system. And sometimes there's wiggle room because a lot's happened. And I'm not going to speak for John, but I know him and I know his values and I know how sensitive he is to this. I wouldn't be surprised if during this time with the pandemic that was stretched a little, because we've had other things to think about. That's another reason why if you change your address or have a change in email address, you want to make sure that you make the change in your New Jersey, you check for it in NJ Savvy, and then you ask the state to make the changes for you. So that, because they're going to New Jersey Savvy to send you any information. Trust me, I'm dealing with the situation right now. So we have to go. We're going to ask him to change an email address because my client's not getting it. Some things, and it could have been anything could have been the reason for it. I never judge. I'm a solutions driven person, so you can get this. We just make the change and make sure everything's up to date. So I am going to, I'm going to go through, and I think, let me think if we have it. If you look at question 9 on this, and you'll get a hard copy of this, there are 13 requests. Most companies, let's put it this way, sole proprietors and LLCs and LLPs maybe need 9 of them. Corporations have to address all of them. And in the next slide, in the next, or the existing slides, we're going to go through them. And I'm going to share with you what we need for you to participate. You know, 9A asks for a brief description. Again, I said, you can use your About Me on your webpage, but it has to be on a hard copy. You don't have that much space, but it should include what you do. Go direct to your services. You have 255 characters. And believe me, when you want to talk about your business, that's not a lot of space. You don't want to be in a position of doing this online and have to leave the platform to go to a Word document to look at your About Me and then pare it down through Word properties. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure that you have everything together. And this is also it's a good prelude for you for you to start talking about your businesses succinctly, because you don't have a lot of time, whether it's an elevator pitch, whether it's an online pitch now, because I'm doing some consultation online for businesses. Whether it's an online pitch, you don't have a lot of time, and you want to make sure that you're in a position where you can be succinct and explicit about the business. So for corporations, you'll need your articles of corporation, corporate bylaws, and a certificate of formation. These items apply to corporations. Now, this is on the hard copy. And I really, if I go one-to-one, it's maybe a little bit too confusing, but my recommendation for everyone who completes an application, whether you're going online or you have the opportunity to submit a hard copy, if that's your preference, have all of the documents ready in the event that you go online and they ask for them. Because I'm often stumped by documents that they ask for. There's a consistency in most of them, but there are some companies that they asked for information or didn't ask for information that I knew they were going to ask for, but we had everything ready. So you want to make sure that you have your articles of incorporation, your corporate bylaws, on your certificate of formation, but it's really called a certificate of corporation, and these documents apply to corporation. You want to have your LLC or partnership agreement. You want to have your joint venture agreement if that's what it is, and these items apply to LLCs and LLPs only. For sole proprietorships, you don't have to have anything. All you have to include is a not applicable next to the item number. You don't have to include it. But what the online portal will ask for is one of those documents, and it'll know you're a sole proprietor as you register for the business online. And the contact information that we went through in all the applications, it'll be relevant to you because it's the same. It's going to ask you for it in the same way. And there's and my challenge is always the username and profile. Who am I going to be for this? So and as flexible and sympathetic as they are, as they've been, especially during this time, um, they've even been more sympathetic and understanding if you're in a position where you forget your username, they will send it to you. But it's not overnight. The names and addresses of members and officers of the board of directors in the case of a corporation. So what they're asking for is for you to give the name of the person, what their title is, and the address is your home address. It's always your home address for C and D, not the business address. And so they ask for the name of the people that are officers or members of the board of directors for corporations. And if you're not, if you're an LLC, it's only you, your address, managing member. If you're an LLP, it's your partners. It's not asking for the distribution of percentages. For D, um, it asks for I'm continuing on this to give you an example of how it looks, what kind of the names of fictitious people and what their titles are. And then you have managing member. And then D, you have the name, your address, and what your contribution was to the company to start the business. Now, there was a time where they asked you for a copy of the check that you used to start the business. They don't ask for that now. They're asking for you to refer to your memory. What did you contribute to the business when you started? And what is a base? A baseline is anywhere from $250 on up to $35,000, $50,000. And where that's confirmed is in your taxes, or if you're just started, in your profit and loss statement. We can always go back and look at it. And before we submit this application, I talk to you about what I think is reasonable based on the numbers that you're giving me. And then we discuss it. And so often you don't remember because you were so busy getting the business together. And that's why it's really important for you to keep those records. Keep them in a safe file because you're asked for it as you continue into other applications, and they want the documents. The state of New Jersey is not asking for the documentation, but you want to make sure that you have it, that it's available to you. And it's not a judgment. It's like, what did you do with the money? How did you use the money? What did you do with the money? And so that's where the capital contribution comes in. And like I'm saying, it's some people have started the money with $200, $150. Try not to go below $100 because I think about the fees that you have to pay to start your business that I want to see in your profit and loss statement. If it's a new business, I want to see it in the profit and loss statement so we can make the comparison. And then the state doesn't have to come back to me and say, well, how did he start this business? He didn't generate that much revenue. Then it can be a gift, but we see where the money comes from. And I think that's very important. And I also think, absence of anything else, this process makes you a better business owner when you think about all of your information is in one place. And for them to give us this app, more is coming. More information will be available to you about your business with the state on this app than you can get right now. But I have found that businesses that have come back to me for other services in the procurement arena have been more businesslike and I'm smiling because there are some that are participating in this webinar right now, and I think about how far they've come and how wonderful it is that they're able to parlay their business status and their best practices to move their needle because of this certification, because it's giving them notice. E is your taxes. So they're asking for the last 3 years. But if you started your business in 2018, you're not going to have 3 years. So that's their benchmark. And as discussed in the question before, if you've had some challenges during those 3 years, I certified a business this year, and the first 2 years that they were in business, it was a monster. It was just horrible. Their third year, 2019, they started to generate some revenue. And it takes that long based on where you are in your business. It may take that long to cultivate those kind of relationships. But if you're thinking about certifying and you're working with some business as a non-certified business, let them know you're getting certified. Let them know that you're working on their certification. It's been my experience that depending on what the industry is, the contractors are coming to the business and say, look, you need to be certified. And basically, they're not saying it would be good for me if you were certified. They're saying it would be good for you if you were certified, but it would really be good for them too, because it gives them more of a cachet in working with minority and women-owned businesses. And even though I'm not representing Port Authority, I know that for those businesses who want to participate in the Port Authority activities, you have to be certified. And so you want to make sure that you can do it for the state. Whether the state certification helps you or not, I can't get into that. But I know that getting your documents together, because I know what they're looking for, is similar to what we're looking for. So having this can help you, but you can also participate with your certification on state activities. So the taxes, if you haven't submitted your taxes, you want to have a good reason why. What happened? And an accountant statement helps, but it doesn't always move that needle. We need a little bit more, like maybe you need to submit a year's taxes. But I don't make that decision. That's with John. I can represent you in those discussions based on what you tell me. And at the end of the day, if you are not certified, if they're denied, you also have the opportunity to ask for a hearing. And you go before an impartial person who looks at why the state decided to not certify you and why you think you should be certified. And I participated in those. They all haven't been what the client wanted, but I'll go to the map for the client, unless it's just too bizarre. Then it's like a waste of time for the client and I. But I think that if we have everything in order, and you always have the opportunity to tell your story, even though it's not a question, you always have the opportunity to upload a statement. Like I will update a statement on why I think a client should be fast-tracked. It's not asked, but I'll update the statement of why I think a client should be fast-tracked. So then this is your income statement balance sheet. This is for all applicants, regardless of whether you have taxes or not. And depending on when you apply, it will be your most recent, financial information. So that's why I always, if it's in between the calendar year, I always go as of either the end of that quarter or if it's in the middle of the quarter. So one could think that, you were generating this money in January, the first quarter, even though they look at your application. It's like trying to psych them. But it helps because it's expansive. Or we go January, we go first quarter of 2020, however you want to do it. And it would mirror whatever kind of financial program that you're using, because many of them will do a profit and loss statement balance sheet, but not all of them will. So that's another discussion on the apps that you use to run your business. Now your resume is another piece, and your resume is not a resume that you would use to look for a job. It's a resume that you would use to look for revenue. So the objective on the revenue would be, on the resume would be, seeking clients to expand my business, add services, focused on doing B2Bs with companies that complement my business. It's not seeking, it's seeking technology position. You're not seeking a position, because the first experience on your resume, because this is one of the documents that they are focused on. The first experience has to be the experience of your business, you working in your business. So if you have a partnership, that should also be their business. And don't be apprehensive to list all the ancillary positions that you had leading up to your business. But if your first position is not your business, they're not going to accept the resume. Just a best practice tip for you. And they want to see your education. They want to see what kind of professional development you've had. They want to make sure that they're on top of it. I see some questions. Um, oh, this is a long one. Let me see how many. I originally started my business, but engaged in a lot of loss with regard to family. As a result, my business sat by the wayside. Now revitalizing my business, I struggle with getting my EIN checked. How do I do this quickly? I have written taxation, but it takes 5 weeks for me to all panelists. Also, I'm sorry. Also, if I have moved out of New Jersey, do I have to forfeit being registered in New Jersey? Will from the time of address change be considered a foreign business? If you've moved out of the state of New Jersey and you have 51% of your business in the state of New Jersey, you can keep your business in New Jersey. That's why they asked that question. If you have 51% of your employees in New Jersey, you can keep your business in New Jersey. If not, everything moves with you. In regards to the other question about getting your business on track, why don't we talk about that? Because I have some recommendations for you that you can use. Okay. So why don't we talk about that later, and I'll make sure that Priscilla reminds me to do that for you. Okay. I'll find you. Did you say we can use our home mailing address to register? Yes, you can. You can use your home mailing address. Most businesses, it's really interesting because sole proprietors will list their business as home based because of the definition, but LLCs and LLPs who are working out of their home don't. They refer to it as their office. So it's different vernacular that they're using, but it's still their home. And in asking you to provide a lease, a rental agreement for that, is also allowing you to use different vernacular for it. So, I mean, I think that's, I'm all for that. I am all for it. And I promote that all as much as I can. I will promote it. I want to make sure I give you the time. So the resume, very important, very important. The number of shares, H is only for corporations. And what's really interesting is that if you bought a corporate kit that doesn't have a stock ledger or a stock certificate, you've got to get one. And you can get them online, but it's a bear to put together because you have to show your first and second stock certificate if you didn't sell stock. Your first one would have your name on it. Your second one should be blank. Um, you have to show it if you didn't sell it. In your stock ledger, it should refer the activities that you, these are for corporations now, it should refer the activities that you participated in with your stock. So clients have asked, well, how much is my stock worth? Well, how much do you think it's worth? Well, maybe a penny. Well, maybe it's 5 cents. So we'll go 5 cents. I mean, no one is telling you how much your stock is worth. But what I find very interesting for corporations is that if you don't look at your certificate of incorporation, down the bottom of it, it will give you the number of shares you have. So somewhere along the line, we would set it or they assigned it to you. So for those that are corporation, look at your certificate of incorporation because it'll give it to you. And so clients are like, I have stock, I didn't know I had stock, and so, we laugh about it, but this is an excellent opportunity again to get your business in order because my intent is for you to grow where that stock grows with you. So this is only, H is only for corporations. This is an example of a certification checklist, like a stock ledger. We even give you an example of that. But if you buy a kit, I know on Amazon, they go for like $50, some of them. And then some people like it because they have your name on it, you have your embosser, all those things. Do you really need it at this stage? No, you don't. But you need these documents. You need these documents. And there was a time where you could buy them and like Staples, I don't see them anymore. Like a stock certificate, you could just load it up in your system and write it out. I don't see them anymore. Maybe they do have them. So you could look for them, a package of stock certificates, because to get it in your package, you get maybe 25 certificates. You may not, during the life of your business, you may not use them. So you look at all of that as you're putting your business together. And also if you're having it done by someone, I want to make sure that you make sure that your business is fully registered. Often I found that a third-party registrant doesn't go through the entire process of registering your business. So you want to make sure that it's fully registered because it's going to come up when we do the certification. And there are ways that you can do it that I can share with you. Proof of ethnicity or gender is your photo ID, your driver's license, birth certificate, passport or green card. So that's why I'm saying that the driver's license is the most used document because it satisfies two of the needs, your gender and your ethnicity. But you can use your passport. And this, when we started doing this, the passport wasn't the ID of record. On the other side of my business, I tell my clients from a human resources perspective that your passport is your official ID. Certainly you can you can show your birth certificate and certainly show your driver's license, but it's much more difficult unless you're in some kind of other business to have your passport duplicated. And that's why more organizations are asking for the passport instead of the other forms of ID. And I encourage my business owners to get a passport as your official photo ID. And the gender is confirmed in the photo because I'm not sure. I don't think it asked for that on the actual document, but it's confirmed in the photo, but it's that extra step. And it also encourages to travel when you can travel. J, the affiliation of the firm or any of its owners, officers, directors with any other business entity. If there is affiliation, if there is an affiliation on your letterhead, list the names, their possession. So this is how I consult on that. If I have a client who has a number of businesses and they want to get a certification, they have to declare that, first of all, they have to declare the other business. Secondly, they have to declare that since 51% of that business, of the state certified business is being performed by them if they're a partnership. Um, Even if you're not a partnership, it should be 51%. But if you're the only person head of the business, because the application is in your name, even with partners, you identify who's going to take the lead on the application. You will have to prove to the state how you're going to run that other business. What of your 101% are you going to use to run the other business? Then it's left up to them to make the decision. For those businesses that are coming to me to certify them, and they're thinking about starting another business, not sure or not ready to pull, the lever on them, I ask them to wait. Don't confuse the state. If you have an existing business, and because I'm going to use the pandemic because that's what's been happening, you are not operating a business. You can't, especially if you're a restaurant or if you're in a service business that requires foot traffic, you're not operating your business. So we write about that, or we put on the application that it's not active, or you include it on your resume that it is not active due to the pandemic. That's what I've been doing. So it's not like you can't own a business and get certified. You have to prove that the majority of the percentage of your efforts are going to be on the state certified business. And they're adamant about that. It's like not moving the needle on that. This is if your business owns any major real personal property. I don't have that many businesses that are in this category. If your company owns your business, owns your home, or owns the office, you want to make, well, the office would be personal property, but owns your home or rental home or a summer home or something like that. You want to make sure that you just declare, even if you're not sure. If you're doing this on your own, declare, because we're going to find it out. In their due diligence, they're going to find it out. So this is another interesting one with signature cards from the bank. First of all, signature cards are very outdated terminology. And I've asked the state, why don't you get rid of it? Who has signature cards? And lo and behold, I have clients who can bring their signature card because they've been with banks for so long and they've kept them. But what this is asking for is mainly for hard copies right now. And what they want is the name on the account, the address, when it was open, and who are the signatories on the account. I take it a step further because I want to know what kind of account it is. Because so often these statements, we're not giving them. And then banks get to the point where they don't want to give them at all. And this is not your monthly statement. This is just a statement that confirms that you have a business account with the bank. And why they ask for it, for a lot of reasons, but one reason in particular is that we know you're going to get that big contract. We just know it. And this is a reason why private institutions and companies come to us or come to a certifier because you have affirmed that they have a bank account. So when they want to pay you, they can just drop it into your account or give you a card or however they want to do it. They don't want this to be the barrier of you getting a contract or having a business banking account, which is what you should have. Now, the interesting thing about this is there are so many online banks. So we've had to, and the pandemic, we've had to change some of our asks when it comes to confirmation that you've had a business banking account. Now more banks are open. You can go in and talk to someone. Before, the bank manager was doing everything through the drive-through. So you had to make an appointment. But for the online banks, it's very interesting because you don't get a signature of the representative, which was something that they asked for, because you just don't. I mean, they send you extra information, your card, have a good day, keep depositing, we'll keep in touch with you, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see how that plays out as that grows. But I know that it's mandatory for you to have a business banking account. Now, online right now, what they're asking for is the name of your business, the phone number, um, and the type of account, and the name of your business, the phone number, and who's on the account. What's the name on the account? Um, I'm trying to visualize where it is. So what they're basically saying now is that an assumption is being made that the signatories on the account, we know it to you, because it could be more than one. And this is an area where you've got to pay attention, because especially when it comes to sole proprietors, even though you're not asked for any of this information, but when it comes to LLCs who who have who are single members, and you want to have somebody on your account, and in the event that something happens, you have to do your due diligence. You really do. You have to do your due diligence on who the other signatory is. And what my clients are doing now is, especially with the smaller banks, I prefer a smaller bank now. Especially with the smaller banks, they're asking them about how to navigate through this, because some of the smaller banks aren't national. I prefer, paying through Google Pay. I'm telling you my life story, but I prefer paying on an online platform because it's out and I can follow it and I have a record. And I prefer to have a smaller bank because I get more services, because I think I get more respect for my business, and if things are happening in their world, they share more, and I'm welcomed more. Um, and and even though the larger banks were the ones that were recipients of so much of the pass through for the stimulus money, so were smaller banks, and so were banks that cropped up for that turned out to be bona fide qualified banks that people hadn't heard of, but were established and sanctioned by SBA to perform this function. So, it's a matter of personal and professional preference. But you just want to make sure that you have a handle on where your money is, and not just where your money is, but your paperwork on it. So this is a listing of attained certifications and all other legal entities. So when people apply for just they only want the MBE, or another example, I have clients who only wanted the SBE. So when they applied for the MBE, I had them use their SBE as the other certificate. Now the state is giving a 2-for-1. So they say, well, if I get 2-for-1, what am I going to use? So I asked them for certificates that they've received either from a community group or a professional development seminar that they've had in their industry. So I can add that to the certificate, because when the state is asked to discuss a business and their worth and their value and how relevant they are to the program, we want to be in a position to say, well, they were accommodated by, or received accommodation from their Chamber of Commerce. They were active in this program and got a certificate for it. So I've had clients give many years of certificates of good citizenship and good whatever, and I've called it down. But every opportunity that I can get to promote you and make you more competitive over somebody else, I will do it. If you were ever denied, if you were ever on a denied list, you have to volunteer that information. And that is on, I use it if it was on a New Jersey MWBE. I haven't had many people that were, but I don't use it if you were denied from another certification. But I don't have that many people who were denied, because if I feel they're going to be denied, I said, let's pull this application back and see what else you need to do, because there's a reason for that. And I don't want you to be on that list. You can be on the list of, rescinded application. Could be for a variety of reasons. You give the reason, but I don't want you to be on that list. So this speaks to the copy of the lease and rental agreement. I mentioned that to you. And it must be answered. Either you have a lease or you don't. Every one of my clients will have a lease or use their mortgage statement. I have very few not applicable unless it's because of the organization structure. We answer, every question on this. So let me go back to the questions, because I was going to give you some time. Yes, if you've applied, this is why we're here today. If you applied and you didn't know all of this, we need to talk to see where the status of your application is. If you've applied and haven't received an additional information letter, we can talk about how we can go about retrieving that, or what you think you were missing. And then we can take it from there. I believe that most of the information that we offer at our center is to help you answer those unanswered questions, or answer those challenges. And so now we exist on a variety of levels, not for this application, for other business-oriented applications that you have to submit. Use the time. The consulting hours are free, up to a certain number of hours. But to answer your question, you can ask that the application to be rescinded. But let's see where you are, and you can send me more information through our email or through Priscilla, and I will. And let's do it soon. Like today. And let's do it soon so we know where you are and see how I can help in that endeavor, okay? I applied and received an additional info letter, which I sent the info in at the beginning of September. Oh my goodness, I still have not heard back. Yes, I can help you. John, I can help you in the sense of, because I'll need some information. And I can help you in this, but when I tell you about the backlog that they faced, I think now they're just finishing some of the applications that sat in their office, because John is allowed to go to his office. He's the only person that goes to the office to pick up those hard copies and to review those hard copies. And so that's just one person. So that may be the reason why some people haven't heard, but trust me, we can get a status of where your application is, but I needed additional information because it's important to know. And it's also important to offer the reason why you want to rescind, because you complete your application with your best intent and with information that you think they need. It's not until you get to someone like me who lives and breathes this and looks for the cracks in their armor, where you get to see how you can, make some changes on what you did. And even if you got an AI letter, we still have the 30 days to go through it. So the AI letter is not the end all. It's the clock is ticking for you to get the certification. Let's, I am willing to do what's needed, and John will also tell you that his office will do what's needed to make sure that your questions are answered and that your application is successful. Okay. Let's see if I'm missing any. On the hard copy, on the PDF, the PowerPoint that you'll get, you'll see this. So you'll see these, but these are outdated. Um, and you may have some luck going into getting them. This one's going to census.gov. So this one should help you. The commodity code should help you. And you know, gosh, we did make them up to date, so you should be able to get them. But what I did want to share with you is that the construction craft code, I wanted to give it to you for those who may wonder whether if you're construction or construction related, or you know you're not. The construction code that I offer for you is under professional services, and it's C as in construction 02050. That's one. I mean, but they have a list of services under the professional service category that may help. Another one, I have a number of food service clients that came up and said, well, I didn't say anything on food service. They didn't go to the professional services because it's in the actual services and it's in terms of equipment, but it's also in the professional services under food services. And I looked last night to see if any of you represented restaurants, but I'm going to give it to you. It's C as in construction 02170. And so why is it there? I mean, there's others, but that's the main one. And I really don't want to keep you from, an hour's break, but I think this is important to know, because when you look at participating in these programs and you look at where your service is, you go into the code section as thinking, I'm looking for a code that reflects my business, but I'm also looking for a code of the services that I offer, right? And that can be two different things. So for a construction company that has a food service code, I tell my food service companies, especially those that are mobile, haven't you ever seen a food truck at a construction site? How did they get there? Let's think about this. And then the conversation goes into, what other applications could you apply for in the state of New Jersey that could use your business? And when you look at those other businesses and look at the codes, they're asking basically for the same codes. But that's when you start to move your needle. That's when you really start to look at how you're going to participate on the procurement front. And that's the next level to all of this. I've just been giving you examples of how you can participate in the state of New Jersey. Again, that's New Jersey Start, and you don't have to be registered for it. I think of those municipalities that my businesses have uploaded their application, and the sites may not be as active now because of what's happening in our world. But I remember that East Orange was a good site because they allowed you to upload their certificate, whether it was your SBE or your MWBE or MBE. And they also wanted to know if you had participated in New Jersey Star. And I always thought that was great, because that, for those businesses who didn't know about New Jersey Star, that gave you an introduction to, this is where I need to be. This is, what I need to be involved in. And I have had clients come to me so we could set up a template on how they could respond to those RFPs based on the RFP that they got from NJ Star. So, you just want to make sure that you take advantage of every opportunity that we have to offer you, and that this certification has to offer you, because that's when you're really gonna see the importance of all of this I went through today with you, and how to grow your business. Because why do it? If you're gonna, and this isn't personal, this is based on basic observable fact with my business is, if you intend to run your business as a sole proprietor, fine. I encourage you, I'll help you grow in that specific industry. If you prefer to run your business as a managing member with all of that that it entails, it's going to require a little bit more due diligence on your part, but we can do it. We can set up that list of activities that you should be a part of. Because even during this pandemic, I told you I could go on and on, but even during this pandemic, meetups still existed, still conducted businesses, still conducted business, um, and still added on to their rosters. And so a meetup is great. At those business improvement districts that went after members by the businesses that had brick and mortars in their municipalities started to go into places like Launchpad, started to go into turnkey businesses to see whose business was there, started to use the Chamber of Commerce so they could lure more businesses. So it's these are opportunities that we present. I am going to, let me see where you guys are in terms of taking lunch now, or just having a half hour or what, because I can take you through the portal if we go through 12. Excellent, excellent. Yes, yes, we work on businesses that have been denied. Certainly I can do that for you. Did you say we can use our, yes, you can. I think this keeps coming up. You can use your home-based business. You can, I encourage it. So, I mean, if I don't see a reason to stop, you tell me. Priscilla, I don't know if Priscilla's still there, if she's on another webinar. I can go through how you can log on and how you can log on, create your log on information. You need a My New Jersey account, et cetera, to get you to the online phase. And then we can end at 12. You can have a break and be prepared for John, because we'll wrap up at the end with any questions that you have. And also, the beauty of doing this remotely is I don't know whether you leave me or not. I could really just stay here and talk forever. I don't know if you would leave me or not. So if I don't hear anything, or if Priscilla says you need to stop, Ginny, I will do it. I will keep going. For questions, could you provide your contact information? I definitely can. I think it's at the end of this presentation, and you can also reach me through Priscilla and our office. It should be applied. My question regarding the first experience on your resume, should it be applied and secured EIN, or does it need to be services with client? It needs to be services with a client. Yeah. And this is getting your employer identification number is what allows you to do your business on a professional level. Where you're getting your EIN number and you're paying for your registration, where we see all of those things are in your profit and loss statement, or in a statement that you may need to provide if you're fast tracking. Were you saying it's difficult to get? No, it's not difficult to get off the denied list. There was a time where you had to wait, but now we can go right back in to reapply and find out what the challenge was for you. Because so often it's so minute, so often it is. And then in other cases it's larger, but I've had, people who did not respond because they did not change their email address, and it kept going to another email address that they weren't at. So they didn't get it, or they were no longer using. And so after a while, the state just denied them because they needed additional information. Okay. So I'm going to continue. To establish your online presence to apply, you have to create a login account to access the SBE service. And if you go on the Department of Revenue site right now, every opportunity they have for you to participate in this program will take you to their site. Before it took you to the application. So now it's taking you to the site. You have to, you don't have to enter your business registration certificate now, because once you go through the initial process of entering your EIN number, it will confirm that you have a business registration certificate, or the first part of the contact information will confirm whether you have a business registration certificate. And you'll get an error message. And basically the error message will say, what you're giving me and what I have on you do not mix. You can either call this number, but what you often don't see is you have an opportunity to get your information together and come back and do it again. It'll give you, I think it'll give you 3 times, and then you have to rest for a while and then come back. But so often it just takes you getting, the right information. And now the portal will not allow you to put a hyphen in for your EIN number, because people were putting a hyphen in and they use that as a digit. So instead of including the 9 numbers, you're only given 8. So then you got the error message. So you have to look back, just little things like that. You will not be able to access your BRC ID information. This is where it comes up with that error message. So you want to make sure that, again, that you prepare for this. And for questions about how do I know my EIN number is right, or if I'm registered, test it. Test it before you apply. Try to get my New Jersey login, and see if you're ready to proceed. Because I've had clients who weren't ready when I was ready. And then a month or 2 later, I went in to do it for them. And whatever they needed to clean up, they cleaned up, and I was ready, to proceed. So test it. You can test it. I want to think, I'm going to go back to this slide, because there's more to this than you're actually logging on. What the state is asking for, again, my trustee Colin, what the state is asking you to do is provide an attestation statement that you would get from your consultant, or it just attests to all the information that is being submitted with this application is true to the best of your knowledge. You notarize it, make it a JPEG or a PDF, upload it. It's also, and because I know, a lot of these normal suspects by heart, they're asking for your attestation statement, they're asking for your ID, example of your ID, they're asking for your taxes, they're asking for your profit and loss statement, and they're asking for your lease. And they'll also say, we're asking for ethnicity, we're asking for gender. So for MWBEs or WBEs, you check both and you give them you give them your driver's license, okay? Because they're asking for both. So then what happens is all of the information that we shared on the application, instead of it being on one page, it's divided up into sections. So it asks for more contact information. What is your DBA? Do you have another address? Then it goes to, if you're applying for an SB at the same time, it's going to ask you some other information. And then even though SBEs are not driven by dollars, if you can't move that application, it's because you have to put a dollar amount where it is. So I just say put $50, put $100 in, because it's not going to judge you either way. Then it starts to get into your codes. So you want to have a list of your codes available to you. And it starts out with the NACE codes. And invariably lately, the 6 NACE codes that the client identified, one of them was not a part of it anymore. So I don't scramble around and look for them anymore. The client will have 8 or 10. So then we know that if there's one in the mix that was a primary code for them, we'll go to the secondary. Then it'll ask you for your construction code. And what they don't tell you is you have to have one code for each of the 3 sections of codes that are required. So those construction companies, it's I'm not a construction company, I don't have a code, I don't see it. Now you have a code that you can put in there. But then I also ask that for those of you who have access to the construction listing to go through it, because I've had clients who were general contractors, and the developer said, well, do you do lawns? Do you do windows? And they said, well, no, but we can. So then they became window washers and lawn care. So we immediately went back and we added those codes because that was a business that they did. So um, you never know what your client is going to ask for, but if they ask for something that you don't have included, include the codes. So that's for your NIGP and your NIGP or your commodity, your construction, and your other code, your NACE codes. Then it asks you for your C&D, who's a member of your organization, and if it's more than you, name the other person, and then it'll ask you for who are investors. If it's more than you, name. It asks you those questions that are on your application, and then you move on. And then it asks you some other questions, and then you get to the point where you have an example of the application that they want you to review. Print it. Print that sample, that example of all the questions that you answered, because you can use it the next time and you'll need it again in the life of your business. Most people don't print it. I print everything, the portraits, I print everything. Or you save it, you can save it as a PDF in your system if your system is capable of doing that, but I print everything so the client can see it. And then you get to the point, now that you're there, you're at the home stretch. You get to the point where they ask for a payment. With a hard copy, you can send a money order. Online, you can't. So it has to be a credit card or a debit card. And for I'm just going to say it, make sure that you can use the debit or credit card, because to go through all of this and get to the end and they say, I'm sorry, you can't. Sometimes though, it's been because the addresses are not the same as the address that was given during the application. So I'm going to use that as the example of why you should test it. Make sure that your business card, your credit card that you use, is the credit card that you use for your business that has your business address, because it will tell you. And then the successful applicant will immediately get their small business enterprise certificate. And it will, it doesn't appear, you have to go back in and get it, or there's a link on You've Gotten It, and then you can download it and then upload and save it to the file. But it's there for you. It's there for you. So I've taken you through the process. I want to give you a chance to rest. And I will come back to you. Let's see what time it is. I think Priscilla's on. It's 11:56, right? I'll come back to you at 12:20, and I'll stay around for a little while if you have some questions. Frequently asked questions I've given you. The applications are good for 3 years. You have to pay. You only pay for the application the first year. When you do your annual verifications, there's no fee involved. The application is $100, $105 online. It's $100 as a hard copy. The $5 is for a fee. Yes, you have to submit an annual verification, an annual verification form for your registration and certification. Is there a fee for filing the annual document? No, there isn't. There's not a fee for filing the annual verification, but there's a fee for filing your annual document. Um, so you want to make sure that you have that. And what happens is that if you miss it, it seems like that night there's a fee attached to the fee. So you want to stay on top of it. You want to stay on top of your annual document. Um, Questions? I'm going to leave this up for you. Um, I didn't tell you anything about me, but I own a human resources consulting firm. We're an offsite HR department for small businesses, and realized that a lot of my businesses who needed human resources consulting from soup to nuts were not certified. And I said, I can do that too. And so I started doing certifications and really love it because I see how it moves the needle for businesses. But on the HR side, we're your offsite HR department from soup to nuts, from employee handbooks to answering questions about hires and disciplinary action. That's really a forte for me, that and handling unemployment claims. But we handle every aspect of human resources and or personnel for our clients. My focus is really on small businesses for most of the services that I offer because we need it. The downside of so many of our small businesses is we don't see that we're as culpable of being sued as a General Motors, as a Procter and Gamble for anything. So you want to make sure that you're in a position that you have, that you collect all the documents you need, like your I-9s, and you have a pretty secure HRIS system, a human resources information system, or you have apps that are bona fide to run your business from an HR perspective. We do that kind of information as well. So I am going to shut down and I will be back around 12:15. Actually, I'll stay around for a little while in case there is a question and I can answer it. But for those of you who want to take a break, feel free to do it now. And I'll see you at, let's see, it's 12 now. I always go up. I always go up. So I'll see you around 12:20 because John will clock in around that time. All right. So just take a moment and I'll see you then. Um, if you're still here, the attestation statement is in lieu of the verification form on the hard copy. It basically attests that every document that you submitted is true and valid to the best of your knowledge. So you're attesting to the content of your application, and then you have to have that notarized. Um, so let me say this. You sometimes you just don't know what you don't know. And as small business owners, now there are so many opportunities for you to have your questions answered, especially through your SBDCs. I mean, I can't help but promote ours because that's the one that I do most of the work out of. But we're here for that. Um, and also another way to correct some of the things that may have been a challenge for you is to speak with other business owners. And through joining some of these networks, you have an opportunity to do that. So many businesses have had challenges, that gotten in the way of them reaching their goals. Um, and their goals have changed. Look at the businesses now whose goals have changed. But if you can be in it and stay in it, you have to know so much about how your business runs and what you need for it to run. So I don't judge. We do the best we can in our business. As a new business, I'm just starting this year. No, you don't have to wait. You can start your business. You can start the certification process now. Um, and I have so many businesses that I've started in 2020. That's what I was saying, which for me was so exciting because we had the opportunity of doing some real creative things with them. But you have to prove that you're generating revenue. The state's not going to stand in the way of you being competitive. Um, and that means getting your certification. But you have to demonstrate that you're generating revenue. No, it's interesting because, I guess because I'm in the business, I knew that the 3 year, 3 years for business life was waived. But so many people ask that question. And I also think that for so many people, it's a deterrent because they're waiting for the 3 years. But no, all you have to do is prove that you're generating revenue. Um, so, how long does it take for you to be certified? Um, John can answer that better because he's in the business. But let me tell you what I do. When I find out that my client has submitted the application, I wait maybe 3 or 4 days and I call him. And I go, oh, we submitted an application. Where is it? He says, oh, we just got it. Just to establish some kind of relationship. Then the clock starts ticking for me because within the second week, it should have moved through a process. And then I can kind of guesstimate based on the conversations that I may have with him or what I know about the application that it may take 3 weeks. It could take 3 weeks. But if you have a contract pending or you have a serious opportunity, we can speed that up. Someone say, how do I do this quickly? I've written taxation for attached. Um, for those people who have lengthy questions, let's talk offline because I before I can respond, I have to know a lot of information about the challenge. Um, because there are so many things that could be behind the reason. But if you submitted an application, what is this, October? If you submitted an application, hard application or online in May, and you haven't had a response, then you need to call. Because you should have, I'm almost, he'll tell you, but I'm only 100% that sure that he's gone through those applications already. I think they were up to like July of August on hard copies. And then they're also working simultaneously on the online copies. So, but if there's been months, then you need to reach out and find out, what could the delay be. And check your spam to see if you received an email, because so many people don't do that. But check the spam to see if you received an email, because that's where your answer could be. So I'm just trying to think about all of the things that I do to make sure that, you're getting, what you should be getting. So the registration and certification fee again, if you submit hard copies, so between now and when notified, if you submit a hard copy, and again, I send everything overnight. I tell my clients, you send it overnight. There's another address that I can give you after the presentation's over if you need it. Um, you can submit it overnight. It gets there, it gets to his desk, and the price for the application, the hard copy, is $100. So you would have one, you could submit a money order or a $100 check in the hard copy. Online, it's um $100. It's $105 for 2 applications, and the $5 is the fee. And again, let me re-emphasize it. If you remember, make a copy of the form that says, look over this to see if there are any changes. That's your clue. And if there are any changes, you have to go back and then you come forward. But don't press next until you make a copy of it. And I say this because I've had too many of experiences where we went back and the doc and that wasn't there. And then if I want to submit and pay and want to get that particular document, it's not available or I can't find it. And your certification is only online. I think it's 6 months, maybe 3 months. So you can go online using your user ID and password, and it goes right to this bar that basically says, what are you applying for? But after you've gotten your certification, it can say, do you want your certificate? And then you can get it. But as soon as you get your either one of them, because they're coming out online, they're not coming by mail unless there's a problem. And the problem, there's been so many quirks. One of the problems is, problem with the system, because the system is tired too. So if you need a certificate, then you can, get to John or through whoever your small business development center consultant is to get it. I mean, there are just different ways to do it. Annual report. Is it the cost of the annual report? I think it was. I think it was $75. Um, yeah, I think it was $75 I had to pay. But I know it was worth it because once you don't pay, you go on that don't talk to them list. And then that's a pain because you don't know you're on it because you forgot about the annual report. That's why the Gov2Go is so good. The annual verification is free. Oh my goodness, I'm missing some questions up here. Well, things have changed from 2016. No, I'm working on an application right now that there were just some snafu challenges, and it was closed, and that was like in May, and we're going back right now and applying. So no, you don't have to wait 4 years. No, you don't. And don't apply now. Look at the application. Go over some of the information that I shared with you today. Make sure that that it meets what they're asking for, and then submit. So let's look at this. If you just missed the deadline, so just missed, is that a month? Is that 2 months? And you don't have to respond. What I would suggest you do is go into the portal again, if you did it online, and see what they're saying. It may just ask for that because if it was, and I have to use the pandemic because that's what caused a lot of delays. If it had to do with something like that, then there may be some wiggle room for you. If it was 3 or 4 months ago or in January, then there's no wiggle room. But you can go on the portal and see what it says. And if it says upload something, whatever it asks you to do it. That's what I would suggest you do. Yeah, I would do that. I would do it because I've seen where I even know with my own client, we there were challenges. Didn't get the email. It's still not getting the email, and I just had to upload one document. And so that's what we did. So try that. Okay. Um, no, I think I said that. I'm just hoping that this has been helpful. I mean, because this is our last time doing this, and I wanted to make sure that I included those things that I definitely have learned this year with our businesses and with working with the state during a time where I've never encountered anything like this before, and how we had to be on top of it. And also I want you to make sure that you take advantage of those opportunities that are presented to you by either NJEDA or Comcast or Google, organizations that are providing grants or small business loans to women-owned businesses, minority women-owned business. Be specific. This isn't the time to wait for someone to come to you. They are not coming. They're not coming. But I want you, but if you're in it, if you've applied and gotten EIDL, or if you've gotten some PPP money, you want to go back in because whatever the original reason was for you to get it, it still exists, then try it. But you have to make that effort, even with the municipalities. Even with the municipalities, I have found that not so much as the municipalities, because some of them have unions, but I have found that they have brought 1099s in to do certain functions because they had to get done. So you don't want to overlook an opportunity, but you also have to look for some. And I know this to be true. I don't share anything that I don't know a client has had some success with.
Jeannie, just checking, just making sure. Did you see the questions in the Q&A? Did you get through with
Yeah,
those?
I got through them. I have it up now.
Okay.
And I
Good.
got through most of them. I think one popped up on the other side on more. Let me check to see. And please, Priscilla, I don't know if this would help because I know John should be coming on soon, but if somebody wants to ask a question, if I've forgotten someone, because I did kind of go off script a lot. Oh, I'm so glad you like this presentation. Makes me feel great. It really does because I love it. Um, I love I love making sure that you get the information that allows you to make the next step in your business because this is what helped me. Um, so yeah, I'm really glad that that this has been
If you
helpful.
asked a question in the Q&A and it wasn't answered, please let us know in the chat.
Priscilla, some of the questions, one or two, I need more information before I can answer them if there was a delay. So I've asked people to circle back to you and and you can give me the question and I will answer them directly, especially if I have everyone who checked in. I have no problem doing that, especially today. So it's fresh in their mind.
I'm sorry. You said something, Jenny? I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you.
I just told you my life story, Priscilla. I just told you my life. No, some of the questions I would prefer to answer them for the participant instead of, answering them with everybody. I think I have
Okay.
everyone.
So for those who are here, John Cronin will be joining us soon. I do ask that if you have to leave early, there is an evaluation form that will pop up if you exit today's webinar. Please take the time, if you can please take the time to fill out that evaluation. It's very important. We do rate these webinars and workshops. And right now we're in the middle of planning our 2021 calendar. And those evaluations determine whether or not we will continue a webinar or a workshop for the coming year. And also it helps us to, based on your answers, to implement new programs for the coming year. So around this time, it's really important to us that you take, just 5 minutes of your time and complete that evaluation and submit it to us. We'll be very grateful for that, for your feedback. And as I said earlier, I would be emailing out the slide information along with a video recording of today's webinar. I know a few of you did come in late. And I think Jeannie also would forward, she said she would forward me. I see some people are asking for the hard copy
Yes.
application. So we will send those out to everyone who participated today. And post webinar as well, we'll be scheduling appointments. So Jeannie can reach out to you one-on-one to give you some assistance or answer any additional questions you may have. You may have unique questions for your own situation that you may need answered, or you need someone to just review your application and your documentation. So we do ask that you schedule that one-on-one. To do that, we do need your consent on file. So Jeannie has that information up on the screen for our website, www.rnsbdc.com. It's important that you go to that website and click on the request counseling button at the top and complete that. Many of you would realize that your email is already there, so it will send you a code to verify, but you do need to submit an electronic request for counseling, because it's a lot more tedious for us to fill a form out, send it for you for signature, have you scan it and send it back to us. It's better if you just do that electronically. The SBA does require your consent to be on file before you speak one-on-one with a consultant. So if you have some time as well, please do that. And Jeannie would definitely follow up in the next coming couple of days with each of you to see if there's any additional questions or any consultation that you will need. And for those, I saw someone ask, and it's at no cost. So one-on-one sessions with the SBDC are free. It's paid for by your tax dollars.
So Priscilla, John's gonna come on by phone. You know that, right? He's gonna call in.
Yeah, so he's due to come in at 12:30, correct?
You told him 12:30, so I'll let him. I'll be here, but I'm gonna stop the video and go on mute in case
Uh,
I.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just take a quick break. We can just, grab something to eat or, a sip of coffee or something, and we'll follow up in the next, uh, let's give it 10 minutes. We all will reconvene here. So I'll put myself on mute. You can do the same, Jenny, and um, we will restart with John.
Great. Okay. I'll tell first of all, good afternoon. My name is John Cronin. I'm a certification auditor with the state of New Jersey in the certification office. And I have this little presentation to tell you about the process and our services and for certification. So let me start on the first screen. You see us up there. And we have a process, and I'm going to tell you all about it. Okay. Okay, we're going too fast. Okay, just bear with me. Okay, the first screen is our New Jersey Division of Revenue screen. We have two ways of getting certified. We have a paper application, which we're discouraging now, but we're also having an online application, and that's the preferable way to go. You'll be certified. Your processing will be completed sooner and faster, and it's all digital internet. Okay, can everyone hear me? Hello?
We can, John. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I heard a beep. Okay, so you're going to go on our site, and I don't know if we have the web address, but let me give it to everybody. It's going to bring you right to the doorway of the certification process. It may be a little later in the presentation, but let me just give it to you. If everybody could get out a piece of paper and pencil. It's www.njportals.com/DOR/SBEREGISTRY. I'll repeat that, www.njportals.com/DOR/SBEREGISTRY. Now, when you go there, it's going to ask you for a login, a My New Jersey login, and a password. So if you don't have that, it'll enable you to get it. It's free, and then you can enter the system, and that's going to be your identifier forever, going back and looking for your certification information. Okay, so this is what the system looks like initially, and let me just go down a little bit. Okay, the My New Jersey account. This is what it looks like, folks. If you don't have an account, it's going to enable you to form one. Okay, so here you're going to have the first step and answer the following questions. The login, the password, and you're going to, if you already have that, and you're going to log into My New Jersey. Okay. Okay, and that's the beginning of the process. And My New Jersey account is also used by, it's run by the Department of Purchase and Property, and it's very helpful in identifying bids and that the state has, but more on that later. Okay, and I agree to the following statement. The EIN number is the number we usually use. We don't need your Social Security number if your company has an EIN number. So we want you to put it in there. We don't need both, of course. Okay, and here's the thing that you have to see if you've had it before. And you're going to be either renewing it or getting a certificate. By the way, if later on you want to, you are approved, that you received the email notification from us, you can find your certificate in this system and print it right on the spot. Your SBE is approved usually at the session you're applying for, if you qualify, of course. The MBE application is submitted by you, and we review it here in our office, our Trenton office, and then you get a notification by email if you've been approved, or if later you we need some more information, or you forgot something to include in your submission, we send you an additional information request, all over the internet. Okay, here's some questions about the business as part of our process. Business is independently owned and operated. Principal places in New Jersey. 51% is owned by a minority person, and this gives us a profile of you as you go on and approve, submit an application, and we can see if you qualify. All right, continue. Okay, so this is after the profile, the system tells you what you may apply for. And you're eligible for the following things, and it would tell you what you can apply for. And by the way, when you apply online, there's a $105 fee that's charged, but if you apply for women business, veteran business, disabled veteran business, minority, all that you apply for is one fee if done at the same session. So try to, if you don't have anything with us, you may want to apply everything in one basket here, one session, and you'll save a little money that way. Disabled veteran business has no fee. So if you're applying for that, there's no fee. If you apply only for small business, for example, you would pay the $105. And if you come back later the next day or later in the day, it's another $105 if you don't do it in the same session. Okay. There's documentation required for the minority and women business, and they will. You will upload the documents. It's real nice. It's very 21st century. You upload the documents such as such as resumes and tax returns, proof of ethnicity. If you're black ethnicity, a driver's license picture is all you need, or a passport picture. For all other ethnicities, proof of uh, birth or heritage, mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, must be connecting you to a minority country. All right. Uploaded documentation, there's some of the things we ask for the women and minority. For veteran-owned business, the DD 214 from the VA, from the Department of Defense, with honorable discharge. For the disabled veteran business, we'll need to see the award letter from the VA, and all of this needs a New Jersey business registration certificate. We're going in that direction for the minority and women, but the system is going to tell you that you need to be in good standing with the state. All right. Okay, and you're going to upload, and it's showing you how to upload and submit the documents through your computer. Okay, so here's the start of it all. You type in your business name, type of entity, state the firm was established. That's the formation date or date of incorporation filed with the state, and just follow the pages. Principal place of business. You type everything in there. It's kind of nice if you type in caps. Your file looks, I think, nicer. So that's where you submit your information. Sometimes there's a different mailing address, but we do have to have the principal place of business. That's absolutely required. So a P.O. box would not be. Okay, I'm getting another call here. I'll shut them off. Okay, everybody hear me? Okay, good. Okay, we'll move along. Okay. And again, contact information. Sometime you'll want to have an administrative person in your office to be the contact person, so that may be different than the owner. He or she doesn't have to be the owner. Okay. Okay. We do require revenue. You can't be a company in name only for the women and minority certification. You must have, the certification law says you must be performing a commercially useful function, and our attorneys have interpreted that to mean you must have done some business. That means sales, you've sold something, your customer has paid you for your service or product, and you've taken that money and put it into your company's checking account. So then you can give me an income statement and a balance sheet that doesn't say zero. We don't care how much sales you have, but this is important for women and minority certification. The other designations, such as small business or the veteran designations, it can be zero. The law is silent on that. Full-time employees, if you want to be a small business, you must have 100 full-time employees or less. Okay, and the focus is on the business owner or owners. If there's only one owner listed, it's the majority owner, the person with the most shares or ownership percentages. Okay. Okay, describe the business operations. For New Jersey small business, we want to see particularly want to see the NAICS code. That's to see, we look to the federal government, SBA, for some guidance on definition of a small business. But just put your NAICS code. It's a 6-digit code, and we'll go from there. Business codes. We like to see. We require to see an NAICS code and a construction or commodity code. Sometimes people have both. Goods and services would be commodities, non-construction, and construction-related codes. And there's help here to get you, there's a table that gets you the code. Okay, revenue categories, and you just check that I agree that revenue categories is determined from the revenue amounts. When you go through this, it's going to be, everything's going to fall in place. Okay, additional information, check all that apply. Okay, the signature cards, that means at your bank where the company has a business account, we need to see who's authorized to withdraw money from the account. We want to see who controls all the money. The answer to the question, there's no minimum amount to be required. There's no minimum amount. But again, for the small business, it can be zero. For the as is the veteran-owned business, the minority business must have some revenue, and women business. Okay, and you just go through the screens, and the attestation. This is something that needs a little expansion on my part. You have to have a separate. I attest that the process is all true and correct and accurate. I'd like you to upload a blank piece of paper that says I attest to this process, and have a notary stamp it and sign it with your signature, and that's required. So in other words, a blank piece of paper with this stated on it, and the notary seal, and upload that. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is the process. Now let me talk about and there's also a paper application. We're not supposed to tell you about that because we always did a paper application. And that may change in the next few months because we'd like to have everybody go online. Sometimes somebody isn't that internet savvy, and we'll help them. You can reach out to the SBDC, and they'll get you one in your hands if you don't want to do the online application. But we are encouraging everybody to do it this way. Now, the other thing I'd like to tell you to move on, and Priscilla, this is the only presentation you have of the process, but I'm going to talk about the different uses of certification now, and registration, the SBE. Let me talk about the SBE first. It's a pretty simple process to have, and you can obtain it from here. But the SBE is going to be the important ticket for you to get state contracts. Um, the MBE and WBE can be used elsewhere, and I'll get into that in a couple of minutes. Because of an unfavorable court decision about 15 years ago, the state has been forbidden to give set-asides or carve-outs in percentages to a basis based on gender and race. So, there's a 3% set-aside for disabled veteran-owned business, which wasn't affected by the court decision. And there's set-asides for New Jersey small business. So if you're thinking of doing business with the state, it's going to be helpful to have a small business certificate to show the state. The place for finding out about bids from the state is going to be a site called njstart.gov, njstart.gov, and they will ask you there. You use the same login and password that you use with us, and you can look at the bids there. That's helpful. Okay, so there's no set-asides for veteran-owned business. The law doesn't talk about that. But the most important use for minority and women-owned business is the corporate world and cities and counties. Now, companies like Verizon, PSE&G, J&J, I think most of the big ones, if not all, of the big companies have a little department called supplier diversity, and they're a cousin to purchasing. And they have goals and they have contracts to give out to women and minority businesses particularly, and sometimes veteran-owned businesses and disabled veteran-owned businesses. So your certificate is going to have be very meaningful to getting work, because that's why you're doing all this. To get certified, you're hoping to open procurement doors for you to get contracts. And so the city and county will be a good place to go, and SBDC and the counselors can guide you on that. Also, many and more are coming along in the future. Cities and counties have set-asides, which is valuing women, minority, certified businesses. And they're going to ask you for your certificate showing you're approved by the state or a certifying agency to get you in the door of that program. As an example, the city of Newark has a supplier diversity office. I think they call it something not exactly those words, but they're located in City Hall in Newark. When you go in the City Hall, you get downstairs through the main entrance, and you walk to the back of the building, and you can't walk anymore, and you turn right, and the office is right there. And there's a process where you sign up, and you're on the list of contracts of minority businesses that they give out contracts to. There's Essex County. They have an office. It's in the Hall of Records, I think, last time I looked, and they have supplier diversity contracts that they give out. Hudson County, same thing. City of Jersey City, same thing. And I've been talking lately to Mercer County. They have a program that's going on, and so. City of Philadelphia, if you're down that way, or if you want to go down that way, they have a very active program. They call it the OEO, the Office of Economic Opportunity. So there's these agencies around that do want to help give contracts based on veteran status, women and minority status, and there might be some for small business, but everybody does it differently. J&J does it different than Verizon, but you have to go on the websites and inquire about their program. A good way to start is you go on the website and you look for doing business with us. And then when you click on that, there'll be a subset for supplier diversity. That's the buzzword for the corporations. That's the universe that we're working under. It's a very useful credential to have, and our review. Let me talk about that a little bit. My review, our review, as is dictated by New Jersey certification law, and there is a certification law from 2003, and that's our guiding light to guide us through our review of eligibility. And basically, for the women and minority review, it's that the woman or minority persons must have a minimum of 51% ownership. The women and or minority persons, for example, have to own, operate, and control the company. That includes operating control. So if, for example, if you're in telecommunications construction, putting up the towers, and as an example, you would be expected to have technical expertise and operating control, going out in the field and knowing what you're looking at. That's quite different than administrative control, which is important also, but it's staying in the office and getting the bills paid, and that wouldn't be enough. You have to have operating control. Whatever the company does, you have to know how to do it. All right. So that's our review, and the company must be independently owned and operated. You can't be a pass-through. A pass-through is, and we see them now and then. That's a company that's set up for the purpose of being a broker, and law prevents brokers from getting certified. You must have your hands on the work. The company must have inventory. If you're a seller of goods, you must not just be taking sales money in the door and passing it on to somebody else to do the work or to do the delivery of the product. So if you're the real deal, we're encouraging you to apply, and you're an operating company. That's now, let me talk about the categories of minority. As you would expect, Black ethnicity would be a category. Now, Black does not mean African American exactly as a definition. Black means the descendants of Black racial groups from Africa. That would, for example, it would not include persons who were maybe born in Algeria or Egypt, who would be non-Black descent. For example, persons in Egypt I would expect largely to be Arab descent, and Arab is not a minority as recognized. So it isn't exactly African American. If your ancestors are Black, and this is why we require the photo ID and if you look black, you're past that qualifier. So we have had people argue with us as they say they're African American based on their birth in Algeria, comes to mind, or Egypt. That would not pass the muster. Okay, the other groups are based on place of birth, country. So if you're, let me list the countries that or the regions that would be. Caribbean islands would, Jamaica and Puerto Rico would be a Caribbean island, and any of the islands from Central or South America would be a category. Central or South America birth, Mexico, Colombia, all the countries in Central or South America, including Brazil, would qualify for minority. And this is in the law. It's right in New Jersey's law. And the other group would be Native American, Alaskan Native, or would be Native American. Native American would need to have some documentation accompanying it that the declared owner, who is minority, must be a member of a tribe, a BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs tribe, recognized tribe, and Alaskan Native, Hawaiian Native would have some documentation required to show that you are descendants of Native Americans. The other group would be the Indian subcontinent, which would mostly be the pre-World War II India. After World War II, it was broken up into a number of countries: Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India, and there's a couple of other countries that would be included in Indian subcontinent. That would be fine as a category. Asian would be the other category. The countries of Japan, the Asian islands, China would be included, and it would be the largely Pacific Island countries and Asian countries. What is not included would be what is not declared to be a minority by New Jersey law, because it doesn't mention it exactly, is Europe, the European countries, including Spain and Portugal. They would not, if the heritage could be traced to Spain and Portugal, even though they're Hispanic, our definition is would be Latino, and they would not be Latino. It's all going back to birth. Let me see, I forgot something. No, I think I've covered everything. Those are the categories, and there's a place for proof of ethnicity. Just because you look Asian or you look Latino, that's not enough. You always need to submit a document, and sometimes people are born in the U.S. with a U.S. passport, but you need to include also something about your mother or father or grandmother or grandfather. If it goes back that far, you must connect the dots back to the minority country for all the groups listed. Okay, one other thing. When you do the online application, you pay with a credit card. So the payment is there with a credit card, and they'll show you how to do that in one of the payment screens. And okay, so I think I've covered.
Hi, John. This is Jay.
Yeah.
How are you today, John?
Hi.
You're
How are you?
good?
Yeah, I'm
All right.
good.
So I do have some questions that were posed during my session. And one was, is there a minimum amount that must be made as revenue per year?
No, there's no minimum, but for the minority and women certification, the law says that the company, the applicant company, must be performing a commercially useful function, and our attorneys have interpreted that to mean you must have sold something. You must have sold something, and of course the requirement is income statement and balance sheet, and it can't be zero. So there's, you know, it could be $100 if that's what you've done, if you've done some consulting or sold something. So that, in other words, we don't, another way to look at it is we don't certify companies in name only who are inactive. And that was the purpose of the law stating that.
Okay. I have two more. About the length of time it takes from you getting the application to a response, just a guesstimate.
Well, I'll be very candid with you. We have had a number of weeks that we didn't get to applications because of the coronavirus, but we have caught up. We have, the online system is great as far as getting people's stuff to the reviewer to review and get you your certificate if you're eligible. The answer is right now, the online application, we're getting them out in about 2 to 3 weeks. The paper applications are taking longer. They're taking about 3 to 4 weeks. I've had some on my desk that I've gotten out in about a week. That's a little wishful thinking because it usually doesn't go that fast, but we are on top of it. I'd say look to be, as a general answer to that question, look to you're having 2 to 3 weeks turnaround time.
Okay. I have another question. What percentage of the state projects in New Jersey goes specifically to minority women-owned business?
Well, again, the law prohibits or having set-asides, not the law, the court decision, prohibits the state from giving out contracts, state contracts, to women and minority-owned business because of race or gender. So that's in the procurement area, and I'm in the certification area. That's a question you could ask to NJ Stewart, because they're procurement people, and they're going to do everything they can to answer your questions about getting business with the state. That site is run by the Division of Purchase and Property, so they might be able to get you that answer. One other thing I didn't cover that comes to mind, we have a process called Fast Track Other. And if you're certified by another state or Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, there's a faster process if you, and again, the SBDC can guide you on that. But basically, we need you to fill out the Fast Track Other application and upload it. And we need from you the certificate or letter from the other state indicating you're certified. It must be like for like. And we need a copy of the original application that you sent to the other state when you first became certified. Now, that does not include the the attachments or tax returns or resumes, just the original application, and most of them are less than 10 pages. Of course, the payment for if it's paper, it's $100. If it's online, it's $125. So we do not accept others, New York City, for example, and we do not accept things that are not like for like disadvantaged business, or which is not exactly our review. Similarly, for example, New York State and Delaware and other states have a very similar process to ours. And if you're certified by somebody else, that is not automatic with us, but it's a way of speeding the process and having you submit less documents. We also accept as fast track other WBENC. That's a national women's certification organization. They do their review like ours. So we accept that, and that's for women business. We also accept MSDC, Minority Supplier Development Council, I think it is. Yeah. And they have minority certification and issue certificates. So if you already have MSDC and as an MBE, we will look at that, and it'll speed the process for you by submitting a fast track application. Now, one caveat here: if you're a woman minority-owned business and you submit us an MSDC application fast track, you're only going to get from us MBE, because that's what you submitted. Now, I've seen some that come in with MSDC and WBENC, and for that case, you would get both.
Okay. So, John, for the fast track, they can do it on the portal as well? You can apply on the portal for fast track?
Submit the application up as an upload.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions that we had. But one thing I wanted to ask you, John, is I know that Mercer County is doing a disparity study. You had touched on it lightly. Do you know any other counties that are doing disparity studies?
No. Well, Essex has theirs done, and Hudson has theirs done, and they're sharing theirs with Jersey City and Newark. But you have to contact the agents, the government office that handles this stuff, and they will give you up-to-date info. But I heard Bergen County is interested in doing this, and Morris County is interested. I've crossed paths with some of the officials there before the pandemic, and they're very interested in disparity purchasing. So you may want to approach any county and say, we have a certificate, if you do, from the state of New Jersey as an MBE or WBE, and do you have a program for us to participate in? And, the answer may please you.
And so one final question for me, John, do you know how close we are? And I know with the pandemic and everything else going on, but how close are we to regaining our set-aside status?
I don't know. You have to ask the governor's office on that.
Okay.
I'll tell you my thoughts. It was a famous decision, infamous, 2003, and the court ruled, and Governor Corzine and Governor McGreevey had said they would move along with this, and I don't know the reasons why the why a disparity study was not done by the state. I don't know the answer because it's a long time. It's a very long time.
So we have someone who has asked a question, but we cannot turn it, we can't unmute you, I think. Can you talk, the person who just said he has a question? I don't think Priscilla unmuted you. So if you could type your question in, I'll ask it.
I can unmute.
Okay, good. I didn't know if you were available. Good.
Let me do that for you.
And while she's doing this, we have someone that says a licensed architect in New Jersey who wants to get a WMBR certification. Are there any words of wisdom for me? Yes, apply. I mean, John, what else can you tell her? She's a licensed architect in New Jersey who wants to get WMB certified. She should just apply.
Right.
Just
Right.
apply.
Jesus, I enabled
yes.
you to speak, so you
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. The question is, I have already applied. I believe that based on the information that was shared today, my initial application is missing certain components. And I just want to make sure that everything is done accurately because I don't want to be in the rejected list. How can I withdraw the application that I've submitted?
Okay. Do you think at the present time you don't qualify because of the questions that were asked in the letter?
No, based on the information that was shared by you, as well as some of the presenters today, or well, the presenter today, I believe that there are about two things that that don't 100% match. Uh, One being that I don't want my application to be seen as a pass-through business, and that's one component, and the other one is a little bit more personal. But based on those two, I would like to withdraw and send the application with everything being in accordance, so that we don't have a rejection or any mishaps or anything like that.
Okay. What to do is to respond to that additional information request with a statement that you would like to withdraw the application. Now, I believe it's 120 days you can apply again. You can't just apply, next week. And the old regs, the regulations said that. But yeah, you cannot apply immediately or next week, but you can send a response to that to us regarding your application, either in written form or whatever, so you can send that to us, and we'll withdraw the application and note it in the database.
So would it be better for the person like myself who's applying to just work with you instead of waiting 120 days, because that's quite a long time?
John,
When you,
I'm sorry.
it's fine.
I have to say one thing. It's improper for you to ask us to coach you as to what to do, because that's you can't have the same people preparing the application as the ones who are reviewing it and approving it. So we don't coach you. We ask you to be honest and state the accurate information. The counseling perhaps could be done by others, such as the SBDC people, but I can't coach you.
Thank you. My apologies. Thank you. You shared enough.
I think the best thing for you to do at this point is to just follow up immediately after the workshop. Send an email and let's get you a one-on-one with the consultant, and you can map out a course of action from there.
Thank you.
You have some other more issues and that are in play here. Okay.
Okay, good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for me?
Just double checking, Jenny, did we get through to the Q&A over here, in the Q&A section?
Yes, I
Just
did.
don't want to
Look,
repeat. I saw
yeah.
someone said, how about people from the islands of Trinidad? Was that addressed?
No, I don't even see that. I don't have that.
I think maybe something was said. I don't, Martha, if you can repost that, what were you trying to say with that question? There's one from Everall. He asked, did you say we can use our home mailing address to register our business? I think that was the question he asked.
That was up there for a
Okay,
while. Yeah.
all right.
Okay, the answer to that is our business is small business, helping small business. So very often, as you know, a business is operated from the home-based business, and that's fine. But that must be the principal place of business,
Right.
and that's fine.
We have a question from Curtis. If there's no longer a percentage based on preference, what is the benefit of being an MWBE certified business?
That's an excellent question, and I think I covered that. You shouldn't focus with your MBE on state government contracting because the state is barred from issuing contracts on the basis of MBE, for example.
Right.
So, but the benefit is all the other agencies and the corporations that are very seriously responsible to helping minority and women-owned business get contracts, get work, so they can thrive and prosper and stay in business and so on. So the benefit is the city and county governments and the corporate world out there that will welcome you as a minority or women-owned business.
Yeah, I would also like to add to that too, John. So John is correct with that, because we have people like R.W.J. Barnabas, we have Rutgers, we have so many other, we get calls from Essex County all the time asking us for even caterers. Do you have any caterers that are MBE certified, WBE certified? So there are a lot of private corporations and organizations that have set-asides or that are looking for businesses with these type of certifications, with the MBE and the WE certifications. So it's just not the state alone.
And once the state does its disparity study, we'll be like New York and Massachusetts and other states and have set-asides again. But that's the barrier. And I don't have an answer why it's taking so long. But that's the facts. Being honest with you, that's the fact. We don't have set-asides for women and minority businesses in state purchasing. Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? We have 20 more minutes, but so we have a few more minutes for you to post questions if you have. By typing in the chat box, how many of you think that you are ready to pursue one of these certifications? If you can type yes in the chat box, that'll be great. Great. Okay, Barbara, I see. Good. Tighten. Okay, someone said I need to tighten up my financials. Okay, great. Yep, I see some people saying, okay, so we have quite a few people here that are somewhere there. And even with tightening up your financials and checking out the status and trying to get your business ready for it, please, just keep us in mind. The SBDC is here to assist you. We're not just helping you with certifications. We can help you with your financials, putting that together. So it's a free resource. So please feel free to take advantage of it. And like I did mention before, we will be reaching out to each of you that registered. So please be responsive. Sometimes we find that we have these workshops, and then when we follow up, a lot of the participants are unresponsive. So if you are trying to take advantage of it, I don't know, Ginny, did you mention what Essex County has going in place right now in terms of reimbursement?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to that. But it's for those companies that have a state MBE or MWBE. If you show your receipt, Essex County will reimburse you for the amount spent, and then you register with them. And Essex County is a really good opportunity for so many businesses because their reach is much wider. So it behooves you to, on that list I told you about, municipalities and towns, et cetera, include Essex County, and make sure you include your own county as well, but definitely include Essex County.
Yes, I think that's icing on the cake for Essex County. Like,
I don't think they all give their reimbursement though. Do they, Priscilla?
I'm sorry?
Do all the counties give the reimbursement? I'm not sure.
I have not heard about the other counties. I
Yeah.
just know that specifically for Essex County, and we've had a number of clients that have taken advantage of it. They just want to see, they want to see your certification, and they will reimburse you your registration fee. You can't ask for anything better.
I think it's just for Essex County businesses though.
Mhm.
Yeah. But it's good to register with Essex County, even if you're not in Essex County. You may not be eligible for the reimbursement, but as a company, there might be a service that an Essex company hasn't stepped forward with that maybe you offer. So it's good to register with Essex County.
Barbara asks, will you be reaching out if we're not Essex County? Yes, Barbara. There's two good things about the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. When you participate in one of our workshops, you always get to take advantage of post-workshop counseling. So the way the SBDC works is based on where your business resides or where you reside. You'll have to seek out your local SBDC there, but we do have exceptions to that, and that is when you've invested in a workshop from the NJSBDC here at Rutgers-Newark, you do get to take advantage of counseling based on that workshop. Now, everything else, we might refer you back to your local SBDC, but anything pertaining to the subject matter of the workshop for which you signed up for, you do get the one-on-one. The second thing to that is Ginny is also the certification consultant for many of the other SBDC statewide. So you are covered. No matter where in New Jersey you are, Jeannie is actually the certification consultant for the SBDCs for most of the counties anyway. So you would get a one-on-one with her.
Okay, this is John again. Let me interrupt. My phone is blinking for power, but so I may lose you. But Marie had a question. Can her home-based business, the lease on her home-based business be used in the certification requirement? Yes, the answer is yes. And so it's a home-based business. If you own the house, for example, a property tax bill will suffice for connecting you, the person owning the applicant company, with the property address. So either one, if you rent, the lease is fine. If you own, the property tax bill, that's the easiest way. You don't have to send us the deed or anything.
Great. Okay, any last questions? As we said, John is about to leave. So if you have one last question, please, try to squeeze it in. John, before you go, I would like to just say thank you for taking the time out to join us again. We look forward to doing this next year when we finalize our calendar. And so we'll just see if there's any other questions here. We can end a little early. Ginny, any last words? Do you have anything you want to add?
No, I just want to thank them for coming today and to reach out if you do have a question.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other questions. I'm hoping that everyone was satisfied that the workshop was worth your time and investment today. Again, I state we will be following up with each and every one of you to schedule one-on-one based off of today's workshop. And I did mention I will be sending out a recording of today's workshop. So if you need to replay anything along with both presentations from both Ginny and John's presentation, those will be mailed out as well within 48 hours. So if there's no further questions, I would like to thank you for coming out today and participating. Please take 5 minutes to complete the evaluation that pops up on your screen. We really love this workshop and we want it to come back next year. So please, we value your feedback and input. And so if there's no further questions, we will end today's presentation. Have a great weekend when it comes, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.